So, today we are going to be going in on England. I was kind of flipping back and forth. Am I going to go in now? Am I going to wait? Well, I say now. I mean when I finish building all my ships. And the last time I looked, the Castilian navy. First of all, Castile doesn't really have an army, which I find very strange. Like, they're weaker militarily than their vassals. And I find that very odd. I'm not sure how people keep, like, the AI keeps maintaining their vassals while having substantially weaker militaries. And in some cases, substantially weaker militaries as well as substantially weaker economic bases, like in the case of Savoy. France's Liberty Desire is only like 32%, which I find very strange. So anyway, but if you look at Castile and England only have 6 heavy ships between them, and Aragon adds another, so they have 7 total heavy ships. In addition, they have about 90 ships overall, because Aragon has a massive 45 ships, but it's predominantly galleys and some light ships. So the goal for what I'm going to do here is, rather than charge directly into England, which I think is the strategy that I've been using thus far and can be useful, I'm going to do a different strategy because right now England has the ability to field how many troops? This is their force. I'm like 40 ships. Or 40 troops? How on earth is this a thing? No. So England, where are you? So England has the ability to have 30 separate a force limit of 30, which means that I should really be sending 30,000 troops over there. And Castile is going to be backstabbing me constantly, as well as Aragon and Naples, as soon as I go in here. So what I'm going to be doing instead is I'm going to build probably around 40,000 troops, which is close to my force limit at any rate. So I'm going to build a bunch of troops, but then instead of going to go attack England immediately, I'm going to go sit on this territory down here and build up war score while basically trying to sneak attack their navy. The goal is basically for me to... Oh, good, Brittany is starting to colonize. That's great, because I can annex Brittany easily, and if Brittany decides to... If they get a colonial nation down here, I can just annex Brittany in 1 or 2 wars. How many wars would it take? 1 war. So I could just declare war on Brittany, annex them completely in 1 war, and then get their colonial nation. Now, that's not something that I'm going to be doing immediately, but that's something that I need to pay attention to moving forward. So our current things of import are, I need to deal with the Choctaw separatists, which I'm pretty sure that I already increased my autonomy in all of these provinces, right? Yeah. So I can probably... How much is this? This army's worth 4.75. That's not going to be quite enough here. Alright, so what we're going to do now is we're going to wait on these ships, then we're going to build our fleet of carracks. We're going to have 15 carracks, we're going to have 23 transports-ish. These barks are chilling down here. These must be from Quiche. I'm going to move these up here. This fleet is transports, yes. So we are going to, I guess, unpause this. Do I have anything that needs to happen before I unpause? I think so. Oh, actually, one thing that I'm going to do as well... Oh, this costs 200. That's pretty expensive. I don't know that I'm going to bother with that. It's kind of convenient having an actual fortress in ECAB, because it means that if the enemy is going to be landing, they're going to have some difficulty. But alright, so states are demanding control of territory. And it's the clergy who are currently very close to maxed. So, I do not have the ability to improve their loyalty here completely safely. So if I give this to the clergy, this will not give them enough. Alright, so I think the clergy is just going to be disloyal for a little bit. And that's just going to have to be a thing. The other thing that I could do... The merchant guilds are already disloyal. If we draft ships for war, do we lose money overall? 15 loyalty from them is giving me negative 10% trade efficiency. I'm going to take a look at my... The thing is, the trade efficiency modifiers are additive. So let me take a look at my economy. So trade... We're looking at plus 20% right now. And 5 carracks would cost us 250. I think that it's worth it, honestly. I think it's worth it to just draft ships for war. It's going to take a while to build them as well, because they're going to all be built in the same place. But that's fine. And let's see here. Nice. Very nice. So we get missionary strength plus 2% as well as 1 stability. So that stability should pop some of these guys off the list, right? It pops the Aztecs off the list completely. And I'm going to start walking these guys down south. Do I want to do that? No. I'm going to deal with the Choctaw Separatists first, because now I can easily deal with these guys. If I just put the troops like this, that cuts these guys off the list completely. So I can take these guys off the list. I can then take the Chickasaw off the list. And that'll be good. Okay, so we're currently getting a tech penalty, which is unfortunate. So we got a Master of Mint. So colonialism is spreading here. So Castile has now embraced colonialism. Colonialism is present here. And so they have not gotten it yet. Looks like these guys are developing London in order to spread it there. And Portugal does not have this, so... For now, we're just going to wait. We're building a bunch of carracks. And we're recovering our manpower. Once we have our carracks built up, we can go in. So, first of all, provincial unrest. Let's split this army in half. And who is it? Chickasaw. Alright, so this should be good enough. And our finances aren't looking super hot right now, but that's okay. Alright, let's keep exploring. We can explore the South Atlantic, I guess. And let's take a look down here. So we still have 100% control of the trade here in Panama. I don't know why we don't control 100% of the trade in Mexico. It's this really weird... I mean, it feels like a bug to me. Because this trade is going out to where? To... Oh, okay, so... But, like, these nations shouldn't be able to pull trade forward because of the fact that they don't know about its existence. Like, I'm pretty sure that Japan has not found Mexico. Let's take a look at our provincial unrest. The Chickasaw are at 0.1%. The Choctaw are down to 10%. I'm gonna send these guys through like this. Okay, so let's take a look here. We've got a force limit of 47,000. And this guy is actually a rank 3 advisor. So if I decide to get rid of him, I can save a massive amount of money in doing so. So we still have 5 carracks in production, and the question is, okay, so if we build 10 carracks to complement the carracks that are being built by the merchants, I will have a fleet that I don't think anybody can stand against right now. So what we're going to do is we are going to just defend this area, and then once we've taken out sufficient transports that it's easy for us to defend our homeland, that's when we're going to go across the ocean and charge in. So we're going to go ahead and explore the South Atlantic coast. And we can now pick up professional officers. I think it's in our best interest to do so. Okay, so we now have a military that is pretty much as good as it's going to get for the next 10 years. That means that we can now spend our military power in just supporting our government and all that good jazz. And let's take a look here. So we have Choctaw Separatists that could spawn eventually, but they're not going to spawn anytime soon. We have Chickasaw, who exists. And we have the Wichita and Pawnee Separatists that have been taken completely off the list. So, these two are going to be sent down here. And actually, I'm not going to send them down here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use my remaining diplomat to fabricate a claim over on Potiguara. Because if I can get a claim on Potiguara and just declare war and take this province, then I have the ability to leave my troops over here as well as have a better time getting around the coast. So Michi... Okay, so we have a much easier time doing this right now. Because of that bonus that we just got. Go ahead and send them to Michigan Air. And that is going to put them on the list in a significant way, but it should still be fine. Okay, so remove Potawatomi from the map. Does that give me... I guess it gives me a claim on one province. Form an alliance with Charrua. So Charrua is currently an oligarchic republic. So I could actually diplo-vassalize both of these nations down here if I so please. Rather than annexing them, I could just diplo-vassalize them, and I think that's what I'm going to shoot for, because it allows me to use some of my diplomatic power, which I'm going to start accumulating in earnest here. I have 10 years before I'm really going to be spending any diplo power. Aside from whatever it costs me in peace deals. Okay, these two are going to get sent over here as well. Alright, so we have a couple years before we finish building our fleets. And giving some increased diplomatic reputation is all well and good. Okay, so we got an election, and we got military power out of it, which we can't use to strengthen the government yet. Okay, so here's the question. Am I going to have enough administrative power growth that I should do this now? No. I'm going to wait, because we have a spy network in both of these places, and at some point these guys are going to get the next rank of administrative power. So I'm going to wait on one of them getting it, because that's going to be a potential plus 10, which is pretty substantial. So I have one Carrick here, for some reason. So we're going to explore the Southeast Pacific for now. Okay, so we just lost one of our military leaders. So the clergy is still losing loyalty because of their lack of provincial control, and they're about to lose one of their modifiers. They lose their modifier for Recruited Inquisitor in 3 years, as well as Mission to the New World. Never mind, that says 11, but that's 11th of September. I'm just a dope. Okay, so... I'm gonna go ahead and give them if I give them this, it gives them 2.6. So if I give them half of this again, we're still stuck in the 3 territory. I think I'm not going to do this quite yet. I'm going to wait for a bit longer. Okay, Chesapeake has finished. So we're going to put someone down. Controlling the Chesapeake Bay region is more important than controlling the Louisiana region. Okay, so what next? Okay, so our spy network has been discovered in England, unfortunately. I don't think that's a huge deal, though. Okay, so still waiting on one of these people to get the next rank of admin power. Come on, folks. They're still sitting at admin rank 7, and they have colonialism. You're slightly out of date. And let's see. We want... So I'm going to take these. I guess there's no reason to do that. I can't set my dude to transfer trade power, can I? No. Because if I could set him to transfer trade power, then I could just send all of the trade power to Panama, where I have 100% control. But no dice. Because currently I'm losing a reasonably substantial amount into the Caribbean for completely unknown reasons. So I've already started building my carracks. Once I have the 15 carracks added to this army, or this fleet rather, there's going to be 40 ships. Okay, let's keep this going. Okay. Shit. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and reject the authority of them, which means that we have to lose stability. But it does mean that we can finally start giving them provinces again. So we're going to go ahead and give Belize to the clergy. And there we go. Alright, so we now have dramatically negative stuff here, but in only 5 years, we can do that. Alright, so we finish this. We can fabricate a claim on Paraiba. And we can go ahead and declare war on them. Paraiba is not allied with anyone, correct? Yep. So basically this will allow us the opportunity to easily go in here and have a nice base of operations to go after the English and the Spanish colonies from. So we're going to go ahead and move this fleet over here. Alright, so we've made that conversion. $10 years, huh? It'll take less than... Yeah, let's do this. So that gives us 11 unrest, which gives them about 5 years before they rebel. And 5 years is way more time than it's going to take for us to convert them and thus get rid of the negative modifier from their religion. So we're going to go ahead and declare war. Grab our fleet over here. I don't remember whether my troops end up as being... Castilian Brazil is now a thing. So, Castile now has a colonial nation over here, which is pretty cool. And it looks like my carracks are just about finished. So once my carracks all show up, we will be pretty much ready. Where's their army? So the Castilian army is just chilling over here. And we are going to... God damn it. These guys are going to start going in on our territory. They got there fast. I'm pretty impressed. God damn, man. We're losing so much stability. So why did this go so negative so suddenly? There we go. So we've won this siege. We cannot annex them because even though we literally have control of their entire nation, they have an army out there somewhere. Fucking around. So we're going to send our fleet to go wipe out their army, I guess. Because otherwise I'm going to have to deal with unfortunate things. So our dude was discovered over there. Do we have... Come on, people. We're so behind the times. Ridiculous. What's the point in spying on these people if they're not gonna finish their technologies? Damn it. So, none of these people even have, like, proper naval technology, which is kind of surprising, actually. There we go. So we can now piece these guys out. And there we go. So in addition, this also gives us the ability to have a fleet down here without suffering from naval attrition. So these guys over here are, for some reason, still here and not moving to their own provinces. I'm not sure what's going on there. So the Potiguaran separatists can't really do much over there. So I'm not actually going to worry about that right now. So it's been a couple of years and I still don't... They still don't have that technology, which is already like out-of-date technology. Is it? No, it isn't. It's not out of date at all. Okay, well. Okay, so we need to decide if now is the time to declare war down here. It looks like Castilian Brazil has declared war on this Tapuia group. Or rather, Castile has declared war on them. So Tapuia, who the hell are you? Oh, so Tapuia took these colonies. That's kind of cute. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and declare war on England. Not yet. We have to wait until we've got our thing back. But declaring war on England will allow us to hopefully fight from a position of strength here. I would love to have a colony about here. And I also should build a proper army. The issue, of course, with my disloyal... You know what? I think I'm actually going to add this policy. This gives a pretty massive increase, and right now I'm just going to have a huge amount of admin power for the time being. So let's see here. So we're gonna go ahead and build a small army over here. That will put us to 38 out of 50. And we have a claim on a province that is actually finished colonizing, which is good. Unfortunately, Castilian Brazil will have a capital fort. Actually, that's good. Castilian Brazil having a capital fort means that we can get some war score off of the capital fort. And let's see, Castile is currently at war with just this little dinky nation over here. The one big issue that I have right now that makes it a little concerning to declare war is that while I have a navy, while I have an army over here, the English have an army down here. This should be fun. What's my current? Holy shit, I just used all of my manpower for that. That might have been a mistake. I think it'll be fine. Alright, so these guys are, for whatever reason, just chilling. We're going to go ahead and increase our trade efficiency. And Castilian Brazil is having some slight difficulties here. And it looks like this place, until it's cored, does not actually give me like naval range. Can I declare war on England and not have Castile join? Alright, so my army has been built. Well, no, my infantry have been built. And these guys are way too slow. I'm just going to do this before January hits and increases the cost even more. So the nice thing is this does give me a production efficiency bonus. So that is always a good thing. So if I were to declare war here, I end up war with Castile and Austria. Castile has 2 personal unions. So neither of their liberty desire is high. So what am I going to do here? We have a single Castilian troop down here. The Castilian army is currently consistent of how many troops? This is the navy. Castile has 20,000 troops. England has 26. So they've rebuilt their army after whatever the hell caused a problem for them. And we're gonna declare war on you. Portugal will not join. That's interesting. So I could fabricate a claim. The advantage of going after Castile instead of England is that then Austria doesn't join the war, but I don't think that's a good idea. It seems like a silly way to handle it to me. So we're going to go ahead and declare this war, I guess. Our fleet is ready. Oh. We have... Alright, we're actually going to do this first. This is so fast. It's so quick to do. What the hell is Tupinamba? Oh, whatever. So Tupinamba is right there. So we're just going to have a bunch of territory that's just taunting the Castilians. Okay, and that was not what I should have done, but okay. So we're going to go ahead and... This gives us a +2 on this siege. And we're going to be getting modern theocracy soon. 7 more years. So Castilian Brazil... Do you have colonialism? It looks like they do. So, if I take Castilian Brazil, like if I take a bunch of territory from Castilian Brazil, I can get colonialism that way. So those guys have a rank 3 fort. Okay, so we're just going to wait until they'll allow this. We don't have any reason to try and take these guys. Are they? Actually, they're a feudal monarchy, so I could actually vassalize them. And I'm going to get military access and go ahead and vassalize these guys. I think that'll work well for me. So we're going to go to this location. So how are we doing? Tunja's unrest is at 7%. Ah, because they're controlled by the clergy. Okay, they're down to 1%. 1% I can live with. Alright, so what we're going to do here is, because these guys also have a more modern army, you can just leave 3 of these guys behind and pop back here. This will also help us out here because it means that we'll have a vassal down here that can basically be responsible for dealing with Castilian troops down here once we've taken this whole area. Okay, recruited Inquisitor has expired. Paraiba is now core. Let's take a look at our situation. England has 22,000 troops. And they built up to 5 Carracks now, which is unfortunate. I've been kind of hoping for the Castilian-English alliance to fall apart because of their religious differeces, but it's looking like that's not likely to happen anytime soon, unfortunately. Alright, so we've been losing money for quite a while now. And we're gonna need to start getting the main event on. So I should be able to... I should probably confirm. Yes, I can turn these guys into a vassal and force my religion. So... Ooh, okay, so 1 stability for 10 Republican tradition, when I can currently boost up my Republican tradition by 12. That's not worth it. I mean, it's 400 military power to give myself some stability. I don't think it's worth it. We're just going to do this. It's actually more than 400 because it's about 600 overall. Because you're looking at a 15, not a... So it's exactly 500. I'm talking about with 600. So I don't think that 500 military power is worth... Or that 1 stability is worth 500 military power. Alright, so we are going to go ahead... So I can't do this because I can't force my religion on these guys. So basically, if I peace out with the main force, I can't force my religion on somebody else as part of the peace deal. So we're just going to sit on their capital for a little bit. How's my war exhaustion? No war exhaustion from this. Okay, we're going to keep this guy again. And we are going to strengthen our government a couple times. Keep ourselves above 80 Republican tradition. And it looks like the Castilians are actually losing fights. So let's take a look here. Castile is looking at a -7 war score versus these guys right now. They are not having a good time. Okay. Now here's the question. Do I want And the answer to that is no. I do not want to declare this war until I have these guys as a vassal. Because once I have them as a vassal, I can do some cool shit. So we have Tlaxcalan separatists. And I guess I could just force my religion on them diplomatically. But that does increase their liberty desire. Alright, we will do that. Because this is going to take too long, I think, to piece them out. It's going to take a substantial period of time to get that number down. So rather than do that, we're going to do this. So we will get a nice little vassal. And we get an inspiring victory. And we get the ability to add this as an objective. We can core this. And let's see. We're going to wait 3 months. Okay, there are 13,000 English troops here. So what we can do is, if when we declare war, we can just charge west. We have a pretty major army over here, which we can put down here. And now we can... Where's our vassals' army? Did our vassal just delete their army? Okay, so they have 3,000 troops here. We have 4,000 English troops here. It looks like almost all the English troops are already over here. Which is a curious thing. They have something like 17,000 troops here, which means that until they actually get these troops out of here, I'm actually free to just walk into England without them being able to fight me. So I'm going to move these troops over here. I think that's going to work well, but I actually am going to change up my strat because of just how many... Where's my explorer? Is he dead already? Yes. Okay, so since my explorer is dead, I'm going to have to get a new leader here. I'm going to hire an admiral instead of an explorer, because an admiral will have more military tradition, or rather more naval tradition. He's going to have more pips. So, I didn't actually get into the chat, so let's see.
What does it mean
Whoa,
to be
Jesus.
Singaporean?
There we go. Okay, so we are now actually in the chat. And yeah, I'm going to declare war on England here. The declaration of war is nigh. So Castile is currently fighting these guys down here. And we're just going to declare the war. Move these guys over to Ireland. Interestingly enough, because Ulster and Ayrshire are controlled by Scotland, that means that England can only get troops across via ship or via getting military access through Scotland. And Scotland has England set as a rival, which means that they're not going to give them military access. So that's really nice for me. This is a transport fleet. It also has 2 carracks in it. They're going to Central North Atlantic. So Maguana has become self-sustaining. That's great. And we can now send our colonists somewhere else. So where are we going to send them? Okay, we're going to send them up to Massachusetts. So now the goal is to take control over here. Interestingly enough, this is where the English army is. So, the troops that they have that are not in Europe are right here, and it looks like these guys are swapping positions, and neither group has a leader. So that's cool. And it looks like we are currently... Here's Juarez. I wish I could click on these to see like where these places are. Because for instance, I don't want to go into one of these places because we've already got provincial unrest up here. So let's see. Tlaxcalan separatists. There's Tlaxcalan. Oh, it's right here. Okay, so it's controlled by the clergy, which is giving it 5% right now. So if I do this, I don't think that's a good idea. There we go. So we're going to deal with the Zapotec area for now. Alright, so we're going to leave some troops here in Pale. And we're going to start wiping out armies. So we can wipe out this army very easily. They don't have anywhere to run. So that's done. And that means that we now have control of this area, and we can go ahead and destroy this fleet. So, not only did we destroy them, we actually took all 3 ships. Okay, so down here we have what? Predominantly, this is a fleet consistent of 2 carracks and a bunch of transport ships, which we can chase. Now, here's the question. They'll arrive on the 16th. We will arrive on the 15th, which means that we're going to arrive first. So we can arrive here and hopefully take out this navy. We took out 2 of their carracks, we took out some of their transports, and we can now start moving troops across. So let's take a look here. England has 3 carracks now, 14 ships. Let's take a look over here. Castile has a couple of troops over here, and hopefully those will be dealt with by the thingamabobbers. Okay, so we are going to... We're going to pop in here. And that's perfect. The timing was beautiful there. We can go ahead and get, if we wanted, military access through here. I don't think I need it right now, though. Because what I really need right now is to wipe out this army here. And that's something that I can easily do if I just walk into Somerset. So let's take a look. How many troops does England have? England has 13,000 troops total. So this 20,000 troop army is larger than their army. So our goal here... Ooh, and we can take Glamorganshire with this other army. And actually, I can start them moving right now. Alright, so... England, 13,000 troops still. How are we doing? We're at almost full strength for this navy. So the English currently cannot move troops from point A to point B, which means that this army down here, which is fighting my separatists for me, thanks guys. These guys are going to Oxfordshire. No complaints there. Unfortunately, I don't know where they're going to go from there. They might go to Hampshire. So I'm hoping that we can get out of here first. Okay, we're just going to siege down London if we can. And we might actually lose these troops here if I leave them. I'm going to move these guys out of here. Oh shit, hello. Yeah, I shouldn't have put those troops there. That was a serious bonehead maneuver. Alright, so these guys are going to fly over here. And by fly, I mean swim. And we're going to pick up these troops in Cornwall before we do, because we don't have a clean way to get them over here. Okay, so... this fleet, this army here, I think is gonna just pop down here. Do I want it to go down here? I think I'd kind of like to just leave them up here where they are so that I can respond to a threat in any direction. These guys are sitting with no leader, just like begging to be wiped out. So I'm gonna go ahead and just leave one guy here, and we're just gonna charge in on these guys in Somerset because they have the numerical disadvantage as alongside the fact that they don't have a leader on this army. It's crazy to leave this army sitting here when my army's right here waiting to just blow them up. So they just lost 6,000 troops. And let's see here. So our goal with this war, and we'll see whether we're able to do it, is I can actually take London flat out. I can core London from where I'm standing right now. So we need to... Okay. So this fleet has some slight attrition issues. Ports are blockaded, don't like that. Which ports are blockaded? Right here. Okay, so their navy is chilling over there. That's something I don't care about very much. We've got a food shortage here. And if need be, we can hire some mercs to fill out our troops here. Damn it. Got a disease outbreak. That's a really big issue. That's a lot of troops dead. Some of which are cannons. So we're down to 0 manpower. I'm going to go ahead I'm raising some additional levies. This makes them disloyal, but not by a lot. Okay, we need... I have two troops here. Shit. I'm a complete moron. So, I had the ability to just move these guys. Okay, we're not moving them there. Okay, we are going to pop these guys down here. Move these guys in here. We're not going to move these guys in here. That's dumb. Okay, we're now going to move these ships over to here, and we're just going to move them into Kent. These troops. No, we're not. We're going to move them into Essex. Essex is further away, so if we move them into Essex, we have an easier time holding. But once we take London, Kent becomes a safe location for us. So we lose 25 diplomatic power for plus 300 in Massachusetts, which is fine because we're going to be losing power anyway shortly. We're going to be capping out our diplomatic power. So... and we cannot, for the life of us, finish this damn siege. So, we need... I think this army is going to do this exact same thing that it did last time, which is walk straight into us if we just leave them there. So, let's see. We have a substantial... What? Fuck me. Fuck. So we have peasant revolts that we have to deal with back at home. The damn clergy, man. Never trust them. So... the sad thing is that later this year I'd be able to make a donation. Okay, the Siege of London is now over. And these guys still have no leader. So... if I attack these guys, they'll be flanking me. But we can go from here, which means that we don't even have a penalty. I actually don't know. Well, we'll have a penalty from here, but not if we go through Kent. Alright, so if they're going to go into London, I mean, I'm going to let them lock in, and then I'm just going to charge them, because we control this fort. So we're on the defense. This is a complete misplay on their part. They have no leader, and they're... I guess they're not getting the crossing penalty, because we did arrive later either way. So these guys are now going to move here. I don't know where they're going, actually. I think I'm going to... okay, so this army is going to go over here. Okay, so we control... I can't sue for peace with colonial Brazil. I need to go through. Alright, so... Castile is not going to peace out of this war. I don't think that's going to be a thing that happens. We're going to move these guys over to Kent. And we're going to need to hire some mercs. If we don't hire mercs, we're going to run into a problem here. And I do not like running into problems. I'm going to go ahead and increase my stability twice, because I want to deal with these problems. Okay, so we've taken Oxfordshire. So we're going to send these guys up to Norfolk. And I don't know where their army retreated to. It's probably retreated over to the west side here somewhere. Now, I'm going to go ahead and repair my fleet. There's their army. So we now know where their army is. I'm going to move these guys up here. Shit. Well, I just locked my army into a fight that they can't win. Should I... Oh, never mind. I didn't lock them into a fight they can't win. Okay, so this is going to get taken back by their fortress. Alright, and we have 20,000 troops here. We're going to go ahead and consolidate regiments. Do we want... clergy. I'm actually debating whether I even want to go in on them here. I'm going to just move over to this fort instead. I don't think it's really worth it to get into a fight with them over this province, because if I take control of Marches, which has a much weaker fort, we can just chill these guys in Derbyshire. And then just leave this... Ooh, hello. Okay, the Castilians are currently trying to take a bunch of territory down here. Our war exhaustion is on the way up from attrition 2. Okay, so this army is going to go over here. And I can actually just set them to autonomous suppression of rebels, which I think is a better strategy. So this is woods. We're actually going to get a terrain penalty here. Oh, come on. How could I possibly be losing this? I have literally every advantage here. Jesus. So I don't know where they're heading, but I could consolidate my regiments and actually conceivably stack wipe them here. So we're going to consolidate these. We are going to create a new unit here, and we are going to chase them, because I don't know where the hell they're going, but they're not going somewhere that... They can't actually get someplace that we can't reach right now. So wherever they're going, it's not a good place for them. Actually, can I get to the north? I can't get to Northumberland, so I'm wrong. We're going to have to just wait. Never mind, they're just going to Yorkshire? Okay, well, I was thinking that they were just going to go to Northumberland, which would actually protect them. Unfortunately, we are going to have to face off with their reinforcements because I'm an idiot. Shit. They're presumably going to Norfolk. Will we arrive? Yes, 29th. Oh, that sucks. So, we're arriving on the 29th, which is before they reinforce, but we're not. I don't know where they're going. They're moving in such strange ways that it's hard for me to keep up with, like, what they're doing. Okay, we're gonna build 5 more infantry, and these guys they're going to here, so they do reinforce. This is such a bad idea. I shouldn't be doing this. Alright, nah, it's fine. Okay, we're gonna move this army up here now. And we're gonna start taking control of their territory where we can. Luckily, they do have like a peasant rebellion going on right now. And I should have actually built some more mercs and immediately started taking control of some of these provinces, because that would give me a massive advantage. So we just won this. That puts down all the rebel troops, so we're fine now. Okay, and once we've fully taken out their armies here, or rather, once we fully siege down the Heartland, that's when we're going to go down south. So we're going to go ahead and get morale of our... Oh, no, we're going to get some discipline increase. So we're going to have 10% discipline alongside... We already have a bunch of morale bonuses. So... The other interesting thing that I just learned recently, which I think is cool, because I had thought that the AI cheated because the AI was just given cheats with regards to fortresses. I was actually reading the wiki, and apparently the AI isn't meant to be cheating with regards to fortresses. It's actually a bug. So when they figure out what caused it... Oh my god, I just got an extra carrack. I just stole one of their carracks. Nice. So when they find out what's causing the AI to be able to do, to move places that they're not supposed to, it will actually be fixed. That's the intention. So we just won the Siege of Marches, and our vassal just won this battle. Oh, well, the way that I got a 666 ruler is I'm a republic, and he's lived to be 71, which means that I just keep re-electing him and he keeps getting stronger. The way that I'm keeping my Republican tradition up is because the better he gets, the more military technology points I get. All I do is just spend military technology to strengthen my government and get Republican tradition, which I can then use to re-elect the same guy over and over again. So that's what's going on there. I'm going to go ahead and consolidate these regiments. Let's take a look at the army strength. They've got 17,000 troops, and we have less than that up here. I'm going to go ahead and hire a few more infantry. I also started the game with a 666 ruler, but that was because I'm a custom nation and I could. Okay, so this ruler is not the ruler that I started the game with, though. He started out as a 411 ruler, which is what all Republican rulers start as. Oh, okay, so they have 17,000 troops, like, right the hell here. So we're going to move this guy somewhere safer. And I'm actually gonna move this army. I think I might want to move this army out as well. I don't want to have the numerical disadvantage when they're already going to be flanking us pretty hard. Alright, so we're going to be able to finish sieging this province, which gives us the ability to take out their navy. And there we go. They no longer have any carracks. We now have 29 transport vessels. Our leader, who was so good for so long, is now dead. We're going to go ahead and pick a new bureaucratic candidate. In addition, we need to figure out a way to spend all of our stuff here. Let's see. Diplomatic power is going to be hard to spend. What I'm going to do... This war isn't going to last 4 more years. We're going to keep this guy. Okay. And we're going to increase our trade efficiency. Get a nice settler growth upgrade. Okay, so these guys need to get the hell out of here. Alright, so they are in London. They actually have a leader now. Oh, bold fighter, +1 land shock. Oh, this is so good. Okay, so getting +1 shock is a pretty big deal for us. Because it means this person now has... Does it actually increase the values of your existing leaders? I do not know. Okay, so currently we have the Teching War score working against us. So we need to fix that. And the best way to fix that is to go down here and take control of the war goal, which is something. I don't know that I want this army going to head there. So before I do anything else, Cumbria is woods, so if we go in there, we're going to have a penalty, and we don't want to have a penalty right now. What we want to do is basically cut off any route that they have to attack us. Okay, we're going to move this guy down here into Somerset, actually. So I do have substantial advisors maintenance right now. I could replace this guy with someone else if I want. But I think we're going to just go into debt if we have to. Let's see, the Tlaxcalan and Separatists are getting kind of big. Just going to increase my thing here. And I'm going to increase it here as well, just to cut them out completely. Because my war exhaustion is going to continue going up. Okay, so what we're going to do now, because we don't have enough troops to prevent them from flanking us here, is we're going to move all of these troops here, and we're going to have the numerical advantage, but not the flanking advantage, unfortunately. But we should have enough numerical parity to have an easier time on the front lines here. Okay. If I could get the writer, that would be pretty useful, but where's my fleet? Okay, my fleet's right here. Something's getting repaired, but we'll just send these guys over here. Whoop! Later, folks. Okay, Castile, have fun. Alright, so these guys are now going to Oxfordshire. They will arrive before us. And these guys are moving out of London. Presumably because of the fact that they... know right now that they can't really win a fight here. So because of the fact that they're not going to win a fight, they want to retreat, I guess. So we have two... Okay, so Pernambuco is currently an issue, and we can't do anything about it quite yet. Oh, shit. Okay, we have Castilian troops that are showing up. These guys are going to just have to go through here. Alright. Oh, and we need to send our next colonist. So we're going to go ahead and send a colonist to Louisiana. Move into Derbyshire. So, all this army has to do is blow up that Castilian army. And I'm not going to go in on the colonies area until after I have sufficiently... dealt with these guys here. So I don't know where they're going. They're not supposed to be able to... Oh, actually, no, they can't because they have control of this province. Never mind. So... they're now chilling in Gwynedd. And we are going to just keep on taking provinces from them. And once we run them out of provinces to retreat to, that's when we want to go aggressive and take out their army. So somebody died. Okay, we're currently losing 11 per month. I'm gonna do this. This gives me a massive boost to my tax modifier. Alright. I think they might be able to come to Oxfordshire. So we're just gonna pop our troops into Derbyshire and safeguard. Okay. So, they're in marches. Marches is actually woods. So what we're going to do is we're both going to arrive at the same time. I'm going to assign the better fighting leader, and we're going to hope that we can take these guys out here. We want to get them while they're on the offense, and locking them in here is very good for us. So they just lost 5,000 troops. And I don't know where they're going to go. And it looks like they're going to go to Northumberland. Okay, so what that means is that we need to get this fleet in position. And we need to figure out where we can do this. The Castilian army is just bypassing this army, unfortunately. We need to get down here and deal with them. The problem is that I also need to keep an eye on these guys. Okay, we're gonna just move this here. We've got the separatists. Okay, so we just got yet another Carrack. We're now sitting on 17 Carracks, which is quite a few. Accumulate money. Ha! Let's see. So financially, we are having some slight difficulties right now. I'm going to go ahead and get Modern Theocracy. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm going to wait until next year, but I'll get it then. Alright, so we've got a nice proper siege going here. This is unfortunately woods, so we will have a penalty. And we've caught the Castilians here. And we can charge them here, and fortress under siege. Holy shit. I don't like that at all. Unfortunately, because of the fact so there we go. So these guys are just gonna go wipe out this army. I'm gonna keep an eye up here. This is a lot of fucking peasant rebels. Okay, so I don't know where they're going, but I do know that we just breached the walls, which means that we can take this fort. If we take this fortress, we'll have taken every single English fortress. And at that point, they have no place to run, and we can just lock them in and wipe them out. Once we've wiped them out up here, we don't have to worry about the peasant rebels for a while. The peasant rebels we can worry about later. And we are going to send a couple troops down to Yorkshire. Okay, we actually need to continue building our spy network over here. They're still at rank 7 admin tech. England is now at rank 9. So but once we take out their army here, they don't have a way of recovering it. They're I guess if they give in to their rebels, they can. But what we're going to do now is just start moving through their provinces, taking them one by one, so that the next time we win a fight, we are in a good position. All right, so we're going to be taking religious ideas next. That gives us access to Deus Vult. And we're going to be getting plus 5% to the morale of our armies soon. So we're just going to send this army down here. So we're at 1% war score, but the second we take this war goal down here, we're going to be swimming in war score. So these guys are currently at war with just us. Did they take this? Yes, they did. So they annexed this group down here. And we can take a look here. If we just peace out, get a white peace with them, which is something that we can probably do the second we start blockading their provinces. Oh shit. Hello. So these guys are attacking. They are going to face a terrain penalty here. And they are gonna get obliterated here. I'm not sure why they thought that was a good idea. But I am sure that they were wrong. So, we can move in here. We should be able to... Nope. I was hoping that we could wipe them out, because they didn't have a chance to get any morale increases, but... I'm going to leave one guy here, and we're going to send these people up to Northumberland. I don't know where they're going to go, because they shouldn't be able to get here. They're probably going to go to Yorkshire, and it looks like that is the correct interpretation. Now, since we have this troop here, they can't retreat to there. Let's see. Mercia. I mean, I don't care about the Mercia area. That's someone else's territory. Okay, so we're just going to move here. We should be able to wipe them out. We just took out a loan, unfortunately. This army's going to pop up here. And once we completely eradicate this army, which will eventually happen... I don't know why it is that we're not eradicating this army when we reach it. Honestly, it seems weird to me. There we go. So this time we did in fact wipe them out completely. This means that we can just send these guys here. We can split this army in half. Send half here, and half up here. And we're now at 4% war score. We're going to be able to annihilate this. And we're going to be able to start moving over toward the war goal. So we're going to move this army down south. And I'm apparently paying for a fortress in Mexico. For some reason I thought that the fortress that I was paying for was in South America. This is an incredibly silly thing to be paying for right now. So we're going to stop paying for that. So let's see. Aragon 25%, 13%. Alright, so once they are completely carpet sieged, even if the peasant army takes a bunch of territory from me, it doesn't matter because it's just... They're still not going to control the provinces themselves. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we've now taken out almost their entire army. And we can start moving our troops in the right direction. So this army is going to go down to here. And they've got 19,000 troops from Castile down here. And we do not want to fight their peasants. I think that's a really, really terrible idea. So we're not going to do that. Instead, these guys are just going to pop into Gwynedd. And we are going to merge all of these units together and start sending them over to fight the Castilians. So, let's take a look. The Castilians have how many troops right now? 24,000 total. So we currently have a substantially larger army than Castile does. And we shouldn't have too much difficulty just wiping them out down there. I don't know if their entire army is down here or not. But we're going to move these guys down here. Massachusetts has become self-sustaining, and we have the ability to get Dave's Volt, which also gives us plus 5% to our morale. Perfect. Now, this gives us permanent casus belli against neighboring heretics and blah blah blah, which means that we are going to want... Let's take a look here. $48 months, so that's 4 years. What was I doing? I'm actually really surprised how low our war score is. I guess it's just because Castile is so big right now. So first... Oh shit, I don't want to do this. Why do I have a bunch of early Carracks? Or one early Carrack at any rate. Oh, because I stole it from the British. I forgot about that. So this early Carrack is actually going to get wiped out if we do what we had intended to do. We're going to let these guys chill for a little bit. We should be okay. And we can send somebody over to Castile to continue the spy network building. It's actually really funny how this is going to go. So, London itself will require 34 war score, which is not too bad. We get a huge amount of aggressive expansion, but that aggressive expansion is not going to translate into anything meaningful. So Tyrone is currently allied with Scotland and Desmond. Scotland is allied with Tyrone, Desmond, and Sligo. So what I can do is, because Scotland is not actually allied with anyone meaningful, I can just annex all of Ireland as well as all of Scotland. Spain has not formed yet, but it's still early. Castile does have a personal union over Aragon and Naples, so they're currently stronger than they would be if they were Spain. So they have 3,000 troops that are going to pop up over here, and I'm not going to worry about them for now. Instead, I'm just going to go down south. And we can... I think we can just leave a Carrack here. The early Carrack from the English. We don't need this. So we're going to then send the rest of these troops, or the rest of this fleet, down here to take control of the war goal. Because we need to start taking control of the war goal before bad shit starts going down. And we can take London back later if we need to, but I don't think we're going to have to. I think that if we increase the war exhaustion of Castile by a little bit, we're going to be able to piece them out of this war. Austria is going to take a little bit more work. And the Castilians are dropping troops off here, which means, you know what? No. Actually, I'm going to send this army down here. Oh, yikes. That is a big army Castile has down here. So what we're going to try to do is take control of a port here, because we currently don't have control of any of the ports. And then just get our troops ready. And these guys up here we're going to deal with after we've wiped out the troops down here. So we're going to go ahead and move these guys into Bellum, because Bellum is not as... Are they seriously going to charge me? Are you kidding me? Okay, well. Thanks for the free war score, bros. Okay, there we go. So once we get into here, we can take control of the war goal. We only need 1,000 troops to finish up here. I guess I could split this army. I don't need to split this army. So we're just going to pick up this army later and drop it over there. Let's take a look at the Castilians. The Castilians have 24,000 troops, of which 6,000 are up here, which means that they have 18,000 troops down here somewhere. So what we're going to do is we're going to take control of this province, and once we do, we will... Hello? That looks like a Castilian navy that I'm going to need to wipe out soon. So ECAB's under siege, is it? Perfect. So they moved into ECAB. Let's see the rest of their troops. And we've taken control of this province and can just start moving south, I guess. These guys are going to pop over here. This fleet is going to pop in here. We now have control of the war goal, so we're up to 16% war score. And we're going to need to piece Castile out of the war in order to get our war score up to a reasonable value, I think. So the way that we're going to do that is we're going to wipe out this army over here. We're going to find... We're going to find the army that the Castilians put over here. We're going to wipe out this separatist group, I guess. We're going to take Reiter, I guess. Don't want to take Reiter. Yeah, I should. Okay, we can go ahead and upgrade to the Culverins. I'm gonna wait until next month before attacking this group. And once we get... Ooh, is this the fleet? 24th and 26th. So we're gonna reach the fleet, and we're not going to take it out because we have troops on board, and so do they. So, son of a bitch. Life is sad. Alright, well, we took out this army. We are going to leave half of this army behind. And we're not actually going to send the rest of the army anywhere. We're going to leave them here. There's nobody to attack us anywhere else. And we're going to start blockading Castile, I guess. So my hope here is that if I start blockading Castile, they will be willing to peace out. They're currently sitting on 9 reasons for. And 20 against. So if I can actually just blockade enough of their provinces, I can get the control back in going in our direction. So we're going to just sit these guys here, and this fleet. You know what? The other thing I could do with this fleet. Oh, they're willing to give me London now. England has actually lost enough here that they're willing to just give me London outright. So if I took London, I would not get colonialism. Because colonialism is not in London, I don't think. No. They don't. There's no colonialism in London right now. But if I did take control of London, that would be good for me. Do I want to peace out right now and just take London, call it a day? I think yes. We take control of London. It costs us a massive amount of diplomatic power, unfortunately. But by doing this, we don't have to spend any diplomatic power on any of these other provinces. And I could potentially get them up to this, but that's not gonna... the war score currently is nowhere near enough to take London even. It's just that they're so completely thrashed right now. So I think we're gonna do this. I think this is gonna be good for us. We'll take control of London, which is an extremely important thing to have. And then we can just fabricate claims on this whole area and then declare war on them later to take control of that stuff. So there we go. So we just won the first war against England. And we have a fortress in the only place that we just took. We can go ahead and core this. So that minus 41% even with war exhaustion. Pretty nice. Alright, and now we can go ahead and get rid of all of our damn mercs. We don't need all the mercs that we just hired. So... it's 10,000 troops. There we go. Alright, so our fleet needs to come back, because they are not needed over there anymore. And we can now figure out what we want to do. So we're just going to bring them back over here. Now, if London decides to cause problems for us, they will have 16,000 troops. We are currently sitting on a 100 thing here, so we're going to go ahead and start fabricating claims. So, what are the best provinces they have? So 19 in Essex. So Essex, Kent, and Oxfordshire. Okay, so we now have control of 7% of the trade over here. By virtue of our control of London. How did that impact our... Okay. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and take colonize Kamagui. And I'm an idiot who didn't notice that I had one of my settlers back. Oh, that settler's... No, I was thinking that that was... Okay. Whew. So we have a couple of really key important things that this does for us. We can now continue fabricating claims, or not fabricating claims, but building a spy network over here in order to get the certain advantages. And hopefully, I don't think that they're going to break their alliance. But in 1527, we'll be able to go to war against England again. Now, the one thing is that I did not give myself the opportunity to declare a holy war over here because I'm an idiot. So I should have taken Cumbria, which would give me the ability to easily go in on Scotland. So that's honestly okay, though. We're fine. From a practical standpoint, I don't think that it matters that much. So let's see here. Are we done with all of our mercs? No more mercs, right? Correct. Alright, so our army is going to slowly recover. We should be able to get our manpower back up in good shape soon. And we can start worrying about what we're going to do with our trade. So we currently control 42% of the trade in the Caribbean. Control 23% up here in Chesapeake Bay. And one of the things that I would like to do is actually start improving my relations with some of these other nations down here and just creating vassals out of them, just so that I have something to do with my diplomatic power. It's not going to give me a huge amount of diplomatic power reduction, but let's go ahead and set England as a rival. England has no army. That's beautiful. So let's take a look at England. I want to take a look at their inflation as well as the... I don't know how much debt they have, but they currently have an income of 17. They only have 1% inflation. They have 16 war exhaustion, so they're probably going to be stuck with rebels from now until pretty much the end of time. And in the next war, despite the fact that we have claims on all these provinces, we're probably not going to take them all. What we're going to try to take is we're going to try to get marches as well as Cumbria in the next war. If we take both of those provinces, we should be in good shape. Now, Scotland is, again, someone that I should be able to go after pretty easily. And let's see, we're currently have a negative income. And we can grant monopoly charters to the Merchant Guild. That gives us plus 15% to our trade efficiency. And we can grant them a New World Charter as well. Do they have... There we go. Okay, so the Robber Barons thing will expire next year, but that just puts them up to 70%. We're not going to give them anything else. So our financial situation, we're currently going up again, which is good. We can replace these with the Abyssinians. The Aztec separatists are showing up again. And we have this dinky little army down here. It's just gonna wait for now. So, Aztec separatists, I guess we're gonna have to increase our autonomy in these places. And that's fine. So, Aztecs, are you gone? Yes. So the Aztecs are off the table now. We have 35% overextension, which is quite a bit. And we now have the ability to, once we get our financial situation back in order, start worrying about other stuff. So we have these light ships, and if I were to protect trade, in the English Channel, this gives me 22 trade power. I don't think that's going to be viable. Okay, so we've got 14 aggressive expansion with them. That's completely irrelevant. We should be able to deal with the English from now until Kingdom Come, I think. Whoa, shit. Why are you suffering from high naval attrition? How are you even out of supply? Oh, because this isn't cored yet. Ooh, people are pleased. Whew. That could have been bad. So we now have more separatists to deal with. They are... Unfortunately, if I do this... Fuck. They're currently... 40, 45, 50, 60. So 75. They're currently sitting at 75. It says 65%, but that's a filthy lie. They actually have, because right now is when they're ticking off of that other thing. So we need to... I guess force these guys to lower their prices, which reduces their influence and sucks. But there's not really much choice in the matter. We could do diplomatic, diplomatic power from them, but I don't know how useful that's going to be. We're going to go ahead and do this. This gives us a nice little bonus, and we can... What is my military tradition right now? My army tradition is only 38, so... If I grant them a generalship, they'll be disloyal for about 10 seconds if I demand the military support. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Demand military support. They're gonna be disloyal for a month or two, but that's fine. And this guy isn't any use, so we're just gonna get rid of him. There's always the chance that you get somebody who's got really good stats. So the Tizen, I think that's over here somewhere. Yeah. Alright, so we dodged a bullet there because that was actually already at 90%. And London is now core. So with London being core, we can now start looking. These guys still have the personal unions from before. Castile has a truce with Portugal, strangely enough. So they're now allied with England and the Papal State, which means that Portugal has no allies. Poor Portugal. Portugal also does not have any colonies that I care about right now, so... Portugal appears to be getting annexed by, or maybe not annexed, but they're getting obliterated by Morocco right now. So we've got these guys who... Oh, right, they already are here. I forgot about this army. So we just lost colonialism casus belli against Castile. But that's fine. Who needs the colonialism casus belli when you can just declare a holy war, right? And let's see, we got an uprising. Oof. So England is currently allied with Austria and Castile. And so that doesn't help us. If they got another ally that I could declare war on, I could potentially get into a war with England again, but I think that we're just going to chill for now. I'm going to try to get claims on as many provinces as possible here. We are going to go ahead and keep this guy. I really like him. And we're going to improve the strength of our government. Alright, we now no longer have any... Let's improve our relations with Guarani. This is actually a good thing for us. If we can get our relations with Guarani to the point where we can vassalize them, and then vassalize the Guarani as well as Charrua, then we'll have vassals, just like a vassal swarm down here, that can easily deal with the armies of the Castilians and the English the next time we go to war. So I think that that'll be useful. And I should have done it a little earlier, but far be it from me to do the sensible thing. So we've got a little bit of unrest here. But nothing we can't handle. Okay, so we now have this navy just chilling here. And I could have my light ships protect trade somewhere. The problem is that I don't really have like a viable trading strategy other than just chilling in the two provinces that I currently control all the trade in anyway. I'm not going to be able to get enough trade here to be worth... Actually, maybe it will be. So I guess I'll send these things over with the leader to protect trade in the Caribbean. And then I'll send not the guy in Panama, but the guy who's in Mexico to collect trade over here. Because I think that the 10% increase to our trade efficiency in Mexico isn't worth as much as just collecting what little trade there is over here. And that said, I may be even better off doing the same thing only here in England. Because we have 10% of the trade value in this node. So if I were to send somebody to collect from trade here... 35 trade power. Which I could probably just about double. And that also weakens England, now that I think about it. So let's see. How much money are we making here? We're making 0.4. So yeah, we're definitely going to move the trade over to here. So the Caribbean is what we're doing. And where's that fleet? Okay, fleet. Change in strat. You're heading over instead to the English Channel. So the hope here is that we can collect enough trade in the English Channel to basically justify the time there. And if we can't, then it's still okay. Because we're soon going to be able to start taking control of this territory around here. And once we take control of enough territory here, we will have what we need. Unfortunately, we can't, for instance, fabricate claims on Brabant and people like that. Okay, so... I think we have enough manpower to start declaring holy wars around here. Creek, Kato, and Potawatomi. Illinois, Nostage. Alright, so I guess my transport fleet... Let's look here. We've got 9... English separatists are at 10%. It'll take about 8 years for them to show up at their current values. I don't really want to start declaring wars if I can't move my troops around very much. Okay, so I need my relations improvement to be pretty substantial here. We can get plus 150. We are not losing Republican tradition because of this guy. It's not happening. So we can go ahead and take the improved relations thing. Alright, so is Castile at war? No. What's Savoy doing? We gain colonial enthusiasm. And we can... Which one's Charrua? I actually don't mind doing this. Improving our relations with Charrua is valuable for me. And do I need to fabricate another claim here? I have a lot of provinces I can actually fabricate claims on here. So Lincolnshire is 11. Yorkshire is 16. So we're going to fabricate a claim on Yorkshire. There we go. Okay, so let's take a look here. How much are we collecting? We collect 135 here, so that's pretty dang good. In addition, we just got access to an additional missionary, which is really good. And we can now start working on someone who isn't Inti. So, let's see. I'm gonna go into Mixe, I guess. London and Canary. So I think I'm actually going to sit tight for a little bit. I don't think that expanding further right now is necessarily super viable. I forgot to set another rival. So we're going to go ahead and set Austria as our third rival, which means that this entire alliance chain that we're going to be declaring war on is all rivals. So if we take any provinces from Castile, we'll get stuff. We can go ahead and do stuff like embargo Austria. I guess we can't. We can't do anything like that because of the fact that we're... But our power projection will slowly start going up. We haven't quite caught up to the Ming. By which I mean we're nowhere near the Ming. And we'll go ahead. Okay. Get these guys on the boats. Pop them over here. Our unrest is 0 in these provinces, so we don't have to worry about it too much. And, oh, right, London is cored. So let's go ahead and make this into coreable terrain. There we go. So London is now an actual core. We can increase the autonomy here if we so please. And that will completely eliminate... Oh, we can give this to the merchant guilds. This increases their influence by 10%. But this is such a... And they're disloyal right now, right? This pops them up to loyal. In addition to popping them up to loyal... I feel like I've been here before. In addition to popping them up to loyal, it gives us a massive bonus to our local trade power. Like, let's leave. So local trade power here is not ticked up yet. is 48.2. It's 60.7. So we have 60 trade power just from London. London alone is giving us 60 trade power. We now collect 2 in this node, which is pretty damn impressive, considering that we only have 1 province in the node and like a few ships. Not even very many ships. It's only 14 ships, and they're out of date. London OP, yo. Okay, so financially, we are now looking really good. We've got a +6, which, I mean, isn't great. We do need to start accumulating a huge amount of money to pay off these debts. It's actually not that bad. Oh, Chirimacha just finished. And that's great, because that allows us to take a little bit more control of that node. This is not colonizable. Okay, so now I can start focusing on colonizing for more practical concerns, potentially. I think I'm gonna start taking control of a little bit of the trade down here. I don't know how useful it's going to be, but once we get access to trade ideas, we're going to get 3 additional merchants. And those 3 additional merchants are going to make a really big difference for us. So yeah, London, man. That's crazy. So trade is now a much more substantial portion of our income than it was before. Okay, so the clergy is now substantially lower in influence. I can go ahead and recruit an inquisitor and continue establishing New World missions, and then demand administrative support if I want. Actually, this gives me exactly 75. We're gonna do it. Done. I have the rejected holy law, which is reducing their current stuff. So I'm gonna have to deal with them later. Alright, so we finally gotten around to wiping out these rebels. And these guys here we need to get an alliance with. So we need to proclaim a guarantee and offer an alliance. Okay, and now we can go ahead and offer military access. It's so strange to think of me doing diplomatic vassalization in this run. So, let's see. We don't need to ask for military access. Fleet basing rights? They don't have any ports. Let's see. We can bribe them. Cost us $3.99. And then we can give them a gift. I think. We just renewed that loan. Where? Oh, right, it's under economy. We set the transfer trade power. We're gonna go ahead and just send a gift. And now we can offer vassalization. So with them vassalized, we can change their religion if we so please. Speaking of which, we have another vassal over here that we could force to swap religion. They currently have a liberty desire of 11%. So we need to improve these guys' opinions of us. It's fine. Four days and offer vassalization. There we go. So those guys are vassalized, and we can send these guys to Santa Colina, I guess. So the only unrest that we have in our entire empire right now is in London. They're not breaking our alliance. They're currently our vassal, which is a different thing. Alright, so Charua, we're going to go ahead and improve relations with, and we'll be able to get our relations with them up to max, and that will be good. Okay, so what else are we doing? We need... So now that England is a viable rival, we can, on our next war with them, start taking shit from them. So England now has still 1% inflation. England has 14,000 troops. They don't even have a single cannon, which is kind of sad. Let's see. I like investment. And we're going to get the diplomatic annexation cost reduction soon. But more importantly, we're going to get divine supremacy here soon. So... that is going to be very useful for us. So let's see here. So we can vassalize these guys soon. And Spy Network in Castile is looking good. Spy Network here. What can I fabricate a claim on? I'm just going to get claims on as many of these provinces as I can. Because I don't think that having a super huge spy network in York... is Yorkshire their current capital? Yes. So they've moved their capital to Yorkshire. This time, I am actually not going to be taking their capital again. I want to keep their capital province here in Yorkshire. I think that's a good place to have it. So what we're going to try to do is basically when we go to war with them, they're currently mothballing their forts, which is great. So I can just move over to Marches and take that right off the bat because I can get there within a month. I just have to declare war early in the month. And there will be 0 people here, so I'll be able to take it. So we've converted the Heretics of Nixay. Go ahead and start converting somebody else. Okay, we lost Conquest Casus Belli, but that's fine. We don't need Conquest Casus Belli. We have Holy War Casus Belli now. So English Brazil is now a thing, which is great. And let's take a look at the colonial regions. Where do I have colonial regions set? I think I should have it set here, so we're going to put it here. It's somewhere else, but we're going to put it here. Okay, so this is colonial Brazil, and yes, everything that they're building right now is in colonial Brazil. So they should not have any territories that don't fall under the appropriate jurisdiction. It looks like we might not have to deal with London separatists, honestly. This situation here might resolve itself over time. It would be nice if I could just not have to increase my autonomy here, but that's very unlikely, I guess. Okay, so we got an election going. So we want to just keep this here, I think. We need to strengthen. And we're still way ahead in military power, so we don't really have to worry in that regard. So being able to just strengthen our government in order to increase the amount of monarch power that we get is a really godlike thing to be able to do. So let's see here. There we go. So Kamagui has become self-sustaining. Go ahead and core it. And what am I doing now? So colonialism is not in London, correct? Do we have... So England still does not have colonialism. Castile has it. If we take Castilian territory, then that will... Like, for instance, we can take some of Castilian Brazil. We're not going to be annexing Castile anytime soon. And we might not annex them at all this run, depending on how it goes. So the next time we fight against Castile in England, one of the objectives is going to be to get that situation dealt with. I'm going to go ahead and send somebody to South Georgia, because South Georgia is irritating as hell to take later. So we're going to take South Georgia, and then we're going to take the Falklands, so that I don't have to worry about those two provinces. I don't want to take the territory up in Greenland, because Norway will... Oh, Norway's already started colonizing. This is great. So because Norway has started colonizing, that means that I'll be able to get the Holy War Casus Belli against Norway, and that will bring me in against Denmark. So that's perfect. So we're not going to do it yet, but once we've won at least one more war... Son of a bitch. Anyway, once we've taken at least one more of these wars against England, and presumably we'll probably go in on Scotland as well. Though, interestingly enough, Orkney is controlled by Norway, so I wouldn't even need this territory up here. The last time I was playing this, they controlled Shetland, but Orkney was controlled by the Scottish, so I couldn't go into war. I didn't have an opening to go against Norway. Okay, so... We're going to have artillery combat ability plus 5% relatively soon. And we're making money. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of my loan. Just so that I don't do something dumb and... Okay, so Charrua... We got this up. Remove Potawatomi, rival of our rival. Venice? Let's see how we're going to accomplish that. Let's see. We could potentially... I don't really want to get an alliance with Savoy, actually, because if I do that, then France is going to be a problem later once they decide that they want independence. I don't know when that's going to happen, though. I'm really surprised how loyal the French are right now. Alright, so if I get an alliance with these guys, I can go ahead and stop relations improvement now. I'm only going to get 5 more. So... Okay, so now we have to deal with the dominance of the clergy. They are at 85 or higher, so it's going to be going pretty quick. So we're going to just try and take some of their territory first. Okay, we're revoking Belize, and where's the clergy's territory over here? Clergy, where are you? There we go. Alright. So they are still going to be loyal, temporarily. And that prevents them from getting out of control for now. Norway colonizes pretty frequently, actually. They don't always do it, but they do colonize relatively frequently. Scotland colonizes quite often as well. So, yeah, Norway is a historical colonizer as well as a colonizer in this game. They're definitely one of the ones. They're not as major a colonizer as like the Castilians or the Portuguese, and they're not. I don't think they're as big as even like the English, but they certainly colonize at least as much as, for instance, like France. Though France starts colonizing more eventually because of the fact that they just have so much money, so they can easily afford to do that. We can go ahead and offer military access. And let's see. We can influence nation, which is really, really cheap. I guess I should have just done influence nation and then done a gift, because that's what I'm going to be doing anyway. I didn't need to give the military access first. So we currently have 3 diplomatic relations. So we can influence you. Oh no. 4 gold. How are we going to afford this? And it's quick action, so. So on the 7th, we can do it again, except we don't have any diplomats. Hey! +1 stability. Cha-ching! There we go. So we can now vassalize these guys. And very shortly, we're going to get the +3 bonus to our stuff here. 4 more days. Done. And we now have the missionary strength bonus. And we have a new vassal. So, all that is going well. Okay, we don't need these troops to be here anymore. These guys are breaking their alliance because we're currently... So we can't annex these guys, and we can't convert their religion either, now that I think about it. So the other thing that I want to do is I want to start... These guys are at 0% liberty desire. So if I were to enforce religion, that puts them at 49%. And I already forced Charua to swap their religion, so I don't have to do it again. Chirua swapped their religion in one of the wars while I was taking control of Peru. So Chirua is ready for annexation. These guys are going to be ready for annexation soon. And we're going to need to use, I guess, use Influence Nation here. 16? Oh, it's so expensive. Oh, actually, I don't need a person to do this. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and enforce religion here. That does put them at higher liberty desire than I'd like, but that's fine. It's entirely okay. So I guess we're going to just improve our relations with these guys. No, we don't want to do that. So the clergy are now disloyal. Imagine that. After I take all of their territory, they become disloyal. Let's see. We need to wait how long? 51. Wow. The Inquisitor thing is like 30 years. Speaking of which, I think the National Unrest guy is better for now. Because of the fact that we've already got Divine Supremacy, our missionaries are how strong right now? 7%. So let's see. Next we get Tolerance to the True Faith and Missionary Strength versus Heretics. Clergy Loyalty. The clergy loyalty will be very useful, I think. That increases the rest state for the clergy's loyalty to, what is it? I think the default is what, 40? Or is it 50? I don't even know. But increasing the rest state is very nice. Okay, let's see. If we try to convert London, we can't. Because they have religious zeal. So how long do they have religious zeal for? Six years. So in 6 years I'll be able to convert London. And until then we're just going to have to wait. Okay, so we are just waiting for now. Savoy is still doing a pretty good job over here. And what am I going to do now? I could start going after the Native Americans up here if I wanted, which would involve building an army. Because I don't want to move this army here. I think this army needs to stay here for now, just to keep London under control. I want the unrest there as low as possible. So, ooh, monthly war exhaustion reduction. Well, that's really useful. Where's Potawatomi? Ah, here we are. These guys are at war with the Sioux. Now, the more that these guys consolidate, the better it is for us. Should I... I don't think I can afford it right now. Okay, so we have another dead leader. And we're not going to be getting any tech stuff anytime soon, so I'm just going to select the coring deity. God, that sucks. We went from the guy who reduces war exhaustion, which is a really amazing effect, to the guy who has the improved relations reduction, which is a very unfortunate effect right now. So it's not really amazing. Okay, so how long do we have on this truce? Oh, shit. We only have like a year on this truce. Shit. Where's our army? Okay, army. You need to actually get where you're going. Okay, so Castile is sitting on an army how big? Castile has 12,000 troops. They have not been sort of doing too much over here. So this war against England, we have a couple of goals. First, we want to take at least Marches from them, because Marches is a really important fort. But in addition, we want to take as many claims as we can. So, well, maybe. It also depends, because we're going to get aggressive expansion for everything that we take. So we want to, but it's debatable how much relevance that aggressive expansion has. Savoy is all the way down here, so the likelihood that they're going to care is relatively low. Especially... Can we get these guys to the point where... I don't think I want to declare war on England until I can get Savoy as an ally. If I get Savoy as an ally, they currently have this personal union over France. And that's fine for me, because France is someone that I don't want to go against yet. So... I think this will be valuable. So... we are going to... Do I have any claims I want to fabricate here? Let's fabricate a claim here. Okay, so we want to... Ah, so I'm getting a penalty because Austria is my rival right now. So it's actually fine. We're not gonna be able to get these guys quite yet. I'm gonna stop my relations improvement so that I'm able to get things moving the right way. Convenient that we have a direct replacement. One nice thing, though, is because we control London, they don't have the... the same sort of coherent defensive strategy that they used to. So it used to be that you couldn't really go anywhere in England without running into one of these forts, because there's the fort in Marches, there's the fort in London, and then there's the fort up here in Cumbria. And Cumbria protects Northumberland, as well as preventing you from getting too much anywhere, basically. So predominantly the Marches fort and the London fort combined prevents you from moving around in the southeast of London. But, what's the word? But now that they don't have London, it means that we can just go around the east side here. We can just travel through this territory all the way to Cumbria if we want. So there's one province, I guess there's 3 provinces that we can't get to. So we can't get to Gwynedd, Glamorganshire, or Northumberland. On foot, at any rate. But this war is also going to allow us to get a massive massive bonus to our power projection. This war should cap out our power projection, probably for the rest of the game. Also, my fleet doesn't need to be here right now. How many troops does England have? England has 14,000 troops. So my goal here is to basically take out the English army. I can go ahead and build a small army if I want, but it's going to take out most of my manpower, and then I'm going to have to rely on mercs. So what we're going to do is try to shut down their ability to build an army. They can't consolidate their troops here in Northumberland or back here if we take control of the provinces that are in between. And so, because we have a 10,000 troop advantage over them right now, especially because this is a mothballed fort. So because this is a mothballed fort, we can just declare war on them here. This mothballed fort, there we go. We're going to go ahead and use Holy War. They are allied with Castile and Austria as per usual. And we are going to confirm the hell out of this. So our goal here is to immediately get to marches, and we'll hopefully be able to get there early enough. I'm going to go ahead and have these guys join up with that fleet over there. And actually, we're going to have this fleet stop what they're doing. They're just going to chill here for now. So can we get to marches before... We should be able to get to marches before it ticks. We're going to go ahead and withdraw from public life. And there we go. So marches is currently sitting at 0%, but they have 0 troops here, which means that it's actually 100%. So as soon as this ticks, we take it, and then we go into... who called a crusade? Ah, the Castilians. So the Castilians just called a crusade against us. And that's fine. So once this ticks up, we can now start annihilating their army. So they're sitting in Gwynedd. They have fewer infantry than us, and we have 12,000 artillery to blow them up with. So we just wiped out their army. We can detach here, and they are building troops in a lot of places. But we can just walk through their entire nation, depositing troops. And we have these guys who are just going to chill over here. Okay, so we should be able to easily take out the English now. They don't have the ability to stop us from carpet sieging their entire nation right now. So we just took out that cavalry. And they can start building an army over in Northumberland, but they can't build an army in multiple provinces at once, really, or at least not an army that's actually going to be able to consolidate together. So we should have an easy time fully taking England. And once we fully... Oh, Yorkshire has a fort. I forgot about that. Alright, so these guys are going to consolidate together, take out that guy. Oh shit, they have... Well, they built another army here. And these guys are going to head over to Cornwall, and hopefully that's where these guys are. They're retreating to Cornwall! So this army is going to get eradicated. And we are not probably going to suffer too many casualties over the course of this entire war. Well, not the whole war, but this portion of it anyway. We're going to go ahead and make a donation. And we now have English troops that have landed in Shortly and are heading south, it looks like. So the Castilians do not have enough troops here to siege this province properly, and they're never going to have a chance to because we're going to bring our troops back to take control of that region soon. Okay, so the other thing that we can do, we don't need all of these. I'm going to send 2 of these down here. There we go. So we're now completely carpet sieging the English. And it looks like Charrua is going to be taking out the trash over here. Alright, so we've got this place pretty much completely carpet sieged. We do not need these guys puttering around here anymore. So do I want to start building a proper defense force here? I can build just like 6 infantry. Okay, I can build 5 infantry, and that should be enough to take out the current forces that they've got arrayed against us over here. Now, I think I'm just going to split this fleet in half and send this part of the fleet over to both take out this blockade fleet as well as blockade. Oh, actually, I guess they don't need to go over there. They can just stay here. Alright, so these guys are going to consolidate together. They're going to walk into Cumbria, and then we're going to take the troops out of here. We're not sending these guys over to this for now, and I don't think we're actually going to send them over at all. 4,000 troops is enough troops to handle this. We're going to put 1 person down here, and you know what? Never mind. We are going to do this. So we're creating a new regiment. Sending in the gigantic swarm of cannons because it'll speed things up dramatically. And we're going to keep converting people, and okay. We don't actually need to be here anymore, so I should probably swap these guys over. So they do have 2 provinces down, or 2, yeah, they have 2 provinces here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring some troops over, and by some I mean all. I'm going to bring all my troops over. Actually, these guys. Oh no, my dude died. Alright, so for now, I think I'm actually going to take this guy, which gives me yearly inflation reduction. I'm doing okay on it, admin power, but not quite as much as I'd like, considering how much territory I'm about to take. We've built these troops, so we might as well get them ready to be used. And the next thing on the agenda is, I guess, to recruit another general who is terrible. I say terrible, he's not actually terrible, he's just not great. He's got 3 shock, which is fine. So, once we finish this, which will be not now, oh my god. 85%. And when you do have more cannons and things, you're much more likely to run into situations where you're at like 85%. And the reason is that it moves so quickly that you're not sitting at, you know, you're not sitting at 20% and then 30% and stuff like that. You're not sitting there for as long. And since you're not sitting there as long, you end up moving quicker and having fewer opportunities to have it go up. Oh, shit. So, the English have set some troops down here. I'm going to go ahead and wipe them out. And we're going to move these guys into the Irish Sea. So, we have an army here. And we want to chase this army, but... That's the Conquest Casus Belli against the Creek. Okay, so our fleet has arrived in the Irish Sea. These guys are just going to chill in Cornwall. Oh no, the English occupied Cornwall. Okay, so there we go. We took those guys out. We can move these guys over this way instead. We can drop off one guy here. And it looks like we're going to go to Somerset. And we're just going to take these 2 provinces. Once we've taken those, we're going to move this entire army to go take out the colonial territory that they have. Alright, so we've taken control of this. Ticking war score should definitely be in our favor by now, right? Not. It's not? Holy shit. Alright, so... Ooh, shit. Not sure if I want to fight these guys. And by not sure, I mean I really don't think it's a good idea to fight these guys. I do have the flanking advantage. But... And there's a decent chance that I have the advantage in terms of the quality of our troops. Let's see, they have 1 mobility, which means that if we do hang out in shortly, then they'll have to be attacking into us, and that's not wise for them. So let's get our Space Marines in action. And let's see. Okay, we're going to drop one guy off here, and we'll go back over here. Alright. So we are all set here. I'm going to go ahead and pick these guys up, I guess. Pick them up in Somerset. So we took Chorley back. Just going to pop in here. Alright. So let's see. Provincial unrest is all over the place right now. Our religious unity is over 50% now. And where are we going to head? As we're just going to send our troops down here to take out this army and start sieging down the Castilian Brazil stuff. Yeah. Who's Guarani? Oh, it's one of our vassals. I guess that was kind of silly, but whatever. So let's see here. So England is fully carpet sieged, and now all we need. Are you? Their liberty desire is 10%. It's extremely low. So New World colonization rights have expired. We do not have anything to spend our diplomatic power on right now. It's kind of crazy. So we're just going to move this army into here. And then we're going to trace down this Castilian army. Wow, okay, so they have multiple armies here that we can go after. And we will be able to chase this guy down successfully, which is good. We want to be fighting their army. Let's see. They also have dramatically weaker troops than we do. Like, holy shit. 3 morale? 3 morale versus 3.7 morale is not even really a fight at that point. So, I don't know why their troops have so little morale compared to ours, but I'll take it. Okay, so Castile has started sending troops over here. We can now move this army over here. We've converted the heretics, and these guys have now got this situation. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and pop over here. Move these guys over here. So Castile is probably not gonna want to peace out for a while now. God. People flee to the colonies. Them go. Perfect. So South Georgia has become self-sustaining. And send somebody to the Falklands, and then we'll have both of these derpy little islands in the south. And there we go. So we now have to concern ourselves with these guys, but these guys, what? God damn it. Okay, so England has started taking control of some of their provinces back because they sent a fleet over or something. So this army needs to figure out what they're going to be doing. I guess we should take control of this fort. So how many troops does Castile have right now? It looks like their vassals, despite the fact that, or not their vassals, their personal union subjects, despite having substantial armies and navies, are not actually moving them out here, which is very nice for me. So Castile has 20,000 total troops. I don't know how many of those troops are here. They have 5,000 over there, so I know that that's not terribly relevant. So we're going to move these guys over here. And we should have the defense here. So England has occupied both of those Irish provinces. And we're at 25%. Their enthusiasm for this war is cratering. They're currently at medium. They have 20 war exhaustion, 87% blockade percentage, and we're going to take a look at what we actually want from this war. So first of all, we want Cumbria. Cumbria is important, and Marches is important. Now, this gives us a bunch of aggressive expansion, but not enough to actually cause anyone, including England, to generate a problem. If we take Kent as well, we still don't have enough aggressive expansion to generate a coalition. And if we take all of this, which is 75 peace offer value, we're still not encountering a oh my god, seriously? So I can't take Lincolnshire along with other claims. I could take this. And this is the point where someone else is willing to join a coalition. So I don't think I want to take Derbyshire. So I think I'm going to take this set. Now what this does for me is it takes the East Coast here and it takes a bunch of territory here, which all of that is part of this trade node. In addition, it takes both of their fortresses out of their control, which I think is incredibly important. And we now have to deal with the fact that they have separatists that are about to spawn. And I can't improve my... Oh, I can increase my autonomy here, so let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to increase my autonomy. I forgot that London was actually able to be taken off completely that way. Okay, so this is Drylands. It's actually pretty safe to pop these guys in here. These guys are going to arrive. You know what? We're not going to do that because I have a suspicion that these guys have more troops coming. So we're going to split this army in half, or rather split a siege off, and then just send these guys in here, because I have a suspicion that we've got more troops coming from down here. If they don't, then oh well. So we just lost the Battle of Cartagena because I'm dumb and I didn't pay enough attention to what was going on. So we've got English peasants occupying that. So we just won that battle. We now have ticking war score. So we need to make sure that we don't start losing battles. And we have a settler available. We have one here. Do we have any other really important places to take? Yes! We want to start taking provinces that give us a claim on... Or not a claim, but the ability to declare a holy war over here. So we're going to go ahead and pop some troops down here. That gives us holy war casus belli... or troops. Some settlers over there. And that gives us the holy war casus belli on Norway. So these troops are going to chill here to recover. And do we have... We don't have any more vassal troops over here, unfortunately. Okay, so Castile still has high enthusiasm for this. I don't think that we're going to be significantly dropping their enthusiasm by taking the Castilian Brazil territory. Let's take a look. So we currently have 2% war score right now. So my supply ships from London actually reach this province. We don't really have much reason to be chilling down here, so we're going to move our fleet up here. which should allow us... Oh shit. Hi, friends. It's only 1,000 troops. We should be fine. Famous last words. Okay, so... we've occupied Bahia. Send these guys forward. Okay, so England is now low on enthusiasm, which is good, but we need to piece either Castile or the other guys out of the war. And yes, I do know that we've got a guy who's kind of shitty right now, but that's fine. It doesn't matter. So let's take a look here. We're rehiring him because there's no reason not to just continuously accumulate extra monarch power. Alright, so this is not yet cored up. So how many troops does Castile have? Okay, so we're taking out this navy. Probably. That looks like a yes. Oh boy. So we just took out their navy. We just got a free Carrack. And we are now in supply, but we do have the issue that we are currently... Let's see. So this... Let's detach the injured ships. Can I do that? Okay, so I'm going to have these guys blockade enemy ports in... Not in Iberia, that's a bad idea. North Atlantic. Okay, I can do this. And have the mission settings be any damage they'll repair. So these guys are going to go repair, and then they'll start doing some good work. So these guys are very close to rebelling. I want to go ahead and, I think, boost stability. If I boost stability, that gives... damn, I was hoping that was going to be enough. I'm going to have to just build a couple of troops in London. It's fine. So we're going to build some troops in London. And that should be fine. Oh. And those troops in London... There we go. So we got those troops dealt with as well. So now... we're substantially ahead in terms of the ticking war score. We don't have to worry about the ticking war score dropping against us. So rather than taking Gwynedd, what is the... I could take Lancashire instead of Gwynedd. So instead of... I could do this, and that's 97. So we're going to want to do that. We'll take these three provinces. These are tied together directly, and it should be a way better deal. Okay, we're gonna just keep on converting. And these are down to 0.1, so all we have to do is make sure that the English separatists are down to 0 before we take control of the new provinces. So next year we'll be able to do this, but we do have the institutions tech penalty still. We still have that tech penalty, it's crazy. And it might not even go away during the course of this war, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to take any provinces from Castile. Our war score is currently 3% against Castile, so I don't know if we're going to be able to take territory from them. It'll kind of depend, because Castile, we have Aragon over here, so France, I guess it depends. Who's Savoy's rivals? Burgundy, Castile, and Milan. So Austria, is this group part of the? These aren't part of the Holy Roman Empire. So it's possible that Austria can't actually get to Castile, and if Austria can't reach their troops all the way to Castile, I can actually start going in on Castile. I should have the ability to land troops there and start taking out their heartland. And I'm actually going to check, because this is important. If I can do that, then I can start taking I can take provinces over here in the colonies. Also, I have to check. This is Desmond and Sligo, which are not important. Okay. Okay, so right, Castilian army, that was what I was looking for. So they presumably have a decent-sized army. Oh, right. It doesn't even matter because they have the Aragon and Naples armies to back them up. So I don't think it's a good idea to go after them right now. Rival of our rivals, who? The Ottomans. Ha! It's an interesting idea. I actually like this idea, so we're going to go ahead and try to get the Ottomans as our ally. If we can get an alliance with the Ottomans, we should be pretty much set to conquer all of Europe. So we're going to improve our relations with the Ottomans, and we are going to start rebuilding our spy network here. Because we got detected. Okay, so once these guys are repaired, they're going to start making Castile desire peace. Taking control of Syria. And let's see here. Okay, so we have 6,000 Castilian troops sitting down here. And we have our troops here. So the English separatists are currently off the map. London is no longer trying to rebel, which is good. Okay, we just lost our general. I think I'm gonna get a conquistador. There's kind of a lot of terrain that I don't currently know very much about. I don't have a good general, so it's a little dangerous to do that, but looks like English Brazil controls all this territory. Where is their capitals in Amapa? So our goal is to send this army to Amapa. Alright, so the problem is that because we want a lot of territory in this war, then again, the other thing that we could do, if they're willing to go for it, okay, so the other thing that I could do if they're willing to go for it is actually just try and get a quick piece that includes this and this. If I took both of those provinces, so if I basically just take these three that I had intended to take up here, that gives me the ability to peace out with them quickly and then start declaring holy wars up in Scotland, which allows me to annex all of this territory and then go after this territory in the next war. That's the other possibility here. And is that what I want to do? It's going to be hard to accumulate war score against such massive empires, because the people that England are allied with are huge. But, and this is a big but, I do want to get as much power projection as possible. Power projection gives me a lot of good stuff. So, this is controlled by me. It's controlled by the English peasants. Okay, we're gonna move over here. And let's see, right. Substantial penalty right now. Okay, so we now have the ability to go into Cartagena. They have no leader, which is good. We have 5,000 troops. We have predominantly shock on our leader. This is jungle. So we're going to get a -2 penalty. I don't know if this is a good idea. I have a suspicion that it's not. They have 4.2 morale? Oh wow, Castile. Those morale bonuses. Holy shit. Okay, so we did win that fight, which means that we will be able to take them out here, probably. Alright. So that's sitting at 0. And yes, they are running to here, which will hopefully mean that we can take them out before they get a chance to get too much going here. So as long as we maintain control of at least one fort up there, I don't think we're going to lose a huge amount of stuff. So they just started sieging ECAB. And unfortunately, all this shit is not really worth much war score at all. So we just want to fight here. Wait, guys. Wait. You are... This is an extremely weak fleet, so we're just going to pop right in there. We will arrive on the 6th. They will arrive on the 9th, so we can take out their fleet here. So the Castilians put their fleet over here, and it was a big mistake to do so. Because we have... Fortunately, that means we're going to go into debt again. Two galleys. We're gonna pull... these guys back. Wow, we have a long time before we can start the peace offerings. Okay, so these guys are going to go back to blockading enemy ports in the North Atlantic. So we have taken out a loan. So that's not good. There's a Castilian army here that's substantially larger than mine, so I'm gonna pull back. Oh! You know what is good? There's 10,000 Castilian troops here. Oh. So no, that's not good. Castile is now, like, building up their troops to full capacity, which is no fun for me. Okay, so we are about to lose our last fort up here. And I really don't like that. So we're going to try to just wait until we've got our peeps back, and then I'm going to try to just take whatever I can get off of 41% war score. They do have maxed out war exhaustion, which is very good for us. We have a bunch of ticking war score. They're currently blockaded to hell. So 24 days, hopefully this doesn't tick up and take this fort, because if it does, then we're going to have shrubs. We're going to have to retake all this stuff. Let's see. So Castile has 1.66 war exhaustion right now. And let's take a look. So if I take these off the list, so I could take, for instance, this, and I need to take something else that's adjacent. I'm going to do this. So if I take this, then I have two sections that I have to worry about. Honestly, annulling their treaty with Castile is probably worth more than taking this province. So I'm going to annul their treaty with Castile. The treaty with Austria isn't as big a deal because I don't actually have to fight Austria. So can we take anything else? Oh, you know what I can take? Colonialism is currently increasing at 0.44 per month here. So, do I want to start taking some of these provinces? Because I could also start improving my relations with Castilian Brazil. Castilian Brazil already has colonialism embraced in some of these provinces. So if I take, and this is something that we're going to have to do. So right now we're taking these three provinces. Taking stuff down here doesn't cost very much. So if we take it looks like we can't take too much down here, actually. And this doesn't really help us that much because it's not really that much development. But I'm going to leave this stuff for now, particularly because English Brazil, if I actually annex England, I'll automatically get colonialism. So Cumbria is currently getting occupied by English peasants. And if we take this, we take all of their forts. We end their allegiance with Castile. I don't still have this over here, do I? No. Okay. So I'm going to take these three provinces. That gives me control of two forts. It also gives me control of, it gives me the ability to declare holy wars on Scotland. And a single holy war on Scotland will allow me to do some really good work here. So I can also... Can I do this? No. Because at this point we're getting past our war score, so... Okay. I think this is the best thing to do, because this might tick over, and we don't want that at all. That's very bad for us. So we're going to do this. We're going to take a little bit of territory from them. And because we're only taking a little bit of territory, it's going to... We can't make this core because it's under siege. We can go ahead and increase the autonomy in these provinces if we want. Colonialism is present here in Lancashire. I didn't realize that. So colonialism is spreading here. Did you guys embrace it or something? Interesting. So we have colonialism in some of our provinces now, and we're definitely not going to want to increase our local autonomy here if we can avoid it. So port neighboring province with colonialism +1. How much do we have to get? I guess we'll find out. Okay, so English separatists, what's their probability? They are at 28k. That's a substantial number of troops. A decent portion of that is coming from London, though, which we can easily get off the list, right? So 28. 9 are coming from London. So it's actually more than 9. It's about 10 that are coming from London because of the 10% bonus. Or the 11% bonus. The bonus of X percentage, where X is greater than or equal to 9. Okay, so let's see. Do I want to get diplomatic technology raised? I guess yes, because I don't really have another thing to do, and it gives me a nice trade efficiency bonus. Speaking of trade efficiency, we should now have more control of this node, which should give us more money. But not a lot more control, actually, because of the fact that this is not territory that I've got. Okay, so these guys are who? I don't know why these guys are trying to... Okay, so the fleet is confused. We're going to bring everybody into London except these guys. Whoops. Okay, so we're going to create a new unit out of everyone except these guys. Also, we can just delete these galleys. We do not need galleys. And let's see. Our trade fleet will start protecting trade in the English Channel. So, we now have the ability to declare war on Scotland whenever we want. Declaring war on Scotland will pull us into a war against all of Ireland as well. So, colonialism has not been embraced here yet, but all of these provinces are obtaining colonialism because they're adjacent to a place that already has it, and they are ports. So we can go ahead and core Cumbria. We can't core Marches yet, but that's okay. So, we're going to wait for the fleet to consolidate. We're consolidating the fleet. Come on. We now have 18 carracks. So the question here is, do we need 18 carracks anymore? And like, from a practical standpoint, I don't know that we need... quite so many whatchamacallits, Carracks. So we're just gonna move these guys to Cartagena. And it looks like Brittany is going to be founding a colonial nation here. Alright, so we now have the ability to move 30,000 English. 30,000 troops around with our ships. And we're going to continue improving relations with the Ottoman Empire. Offer vassalization. Let's see. So distance between borders is a minus 43. Either way, we're going to keep schmoozing up with the Ottomans. And let's see here. We can potentially improve one of those two values to get ourselves in good shape. Okay, so the clergy are currently sitting at 78%. And in September of this year, the recruited a minister thing will disappear. So I can go ahead and give them Belize back again. So we'll give them this. And okay, this puts them up to 85%. That's icky. I don't like that. I guess it doesn't matter because it's this year, so we'll be fine. And let's see, Rebel Uprising, Tupin, blah blah blah. Pernambuco. So we're increasing the autonomy and putting this army here, which completely eradicates them off the list. Okay, so these guys we don't have to worry about. So England currently is completely covered in peasant rebellions. And I don't know that they actually are going to be able to deal with those peasants, because those peasant rebels are larger than their army right now. So I guess good luck with that. Sorry, not sorry. All right, we're going to fabricate a claim here. We can fabricate a claim on, I guess, Northumberland. Alright, so we're not going to bother fabricating claims on Scotland. They do have a lot of really valuable territory, so it would be good to fabricate claims on them, but I am not, because I'm a lazy person. So rather than take extra time doing that, we are instead going to... We should really not be doing this. We should be... We're going to wait a few more months until this is dropped off the list. So my religious unity is starting to go up finally, which is very good because it's really been out of control. So we have minus 1.9 here, minus 2. And I'm actually going to let my war exhaustion get up anyway. So dominance of the clergy should go away this month, I believe. And we have a 9-year truce. Ooh. Coastal center of trade. Cha-ching. Okay, so that's plenty, I think. The unrest here is going to be small enough that we can deal with it. So, we're now going to move up to Cumbria, and we have substantial unrest from the English here. Okay, so we can now core this. And I don't think that Lancashire is part of Wales, is it? It's not. It's part of Northumbria. So we're going to be able to drop our unrest up here, which will be nice. Assuming that we want to, which is probably yes. We're going to go ahead and make Northumbria into a state, core all of the stuff up here. And that brings us down to 48%. So we have English separatists at 10%, and they get 20,000 troops. So, considering that they get only 20,000 troops, and we get the ability to so these Lothian troops, this is farmlands. So they have a 1 mobility general, which is sufficient because my general is shit. So the peasants just broke England, I think. And we can now move a few more troops down here. So an alliance with the Ottomans is seeming somewhat unlikely. I don't think we're going to be able to get a big enough bonus with them to get an alliance going. So I'm going to pull my... I don't really have a huge amount of reason to be fabricating claims, or not to be fabricating claims, to be building up a spy network here. I was using it for a technological boost, but honestly at this point I really should be getting my institutions before I do that. So we're going to go ahead and declare war on Scotland. That will bring us into a war with Tyrone, Sligo, and all those peeps. Scotland's force limit is what? 26. So we're not really going to have a particularly strong army relative to the Scots, because we're going to be fighting the Scots as well as these other folks. But we can now decide, do we want to go in on Scotland, or do we want to wait and get our economy back under control first? Do we want to start converting in Cumbria? We have 9 years before we can declare war on England again. And when we do declare war on England again, they will not have Castile with them. They'll have Austria, but I don't know who else is going to be willing to even get involved here. So, if we take... let's take a gander at this. We currently have 2.7% of our development with that. So we've cored this, which means that we're down to no overextension. We still have 2 ideas to get here. There we go. So we've got the Ottomans happy. Placentia. What a great name. Placentia. Okay, so we're going to stop our relations improvement here. I don't really see much way that we're going to get anything going here. Okay. So hopefully Castile doesn't manage to form Spain. That would be unfortunate for me. Alright. So we've got 27,000 troops. Our income is starting to get pretty crazy. Let's take a look here. Our inflation is currently dropping, which is good. And let's see. We can keep fabricating claims on these guys if we want. But I don't think we want to. I think actually I'm going to start building a spy network here. If I can just get a claim on Lothian, that's going to save me like 2... That's going to save me 20 administrative power. Hello. We're up to +3 stability. So are we going to declare war on Scotland? I don't know if they can actually afford... Damn it. We just lost our Master of Men. Alright, we're going to take this guy. We're now going to have missionary strength that's off the hook. We've got 10% missionary strength. Excuse me. Oh, we're spreading... Okay. So, we've got military power. Falklands is getting fish now. Scotland is building up an army. They have 3... They've... Oh, I have a 2 mobility general here. Oh, so I actually could attack this without penalty. I'd still have to deal with the fact that there's a pretty substantial troop disadvantage, actually. You have 19,000 here, you've got 7,000 or so here, you've got 7,000 here, and you've got... So we're going to wait for a while. And we're going to improve our spy network construction because that's a very potent effect right now. Alright, so how is this area? My aggressive expansion is virtually non-existent up here. I should probably exploit Sligo. No. Sligo. So if I were to declare on those guys, it's a slightly better situation, but from a military standpoint, I think that, or from any standpoint, I think I'm better off declaring war on Scotland directly, charging into this army and blowing it up, and then moving on. I'm not going to do that, though, until probably after the next war with England. Simply because it's dangerous. So we can go ahead. This is down to 6. Which is nice. Oh, hells yes. So we can convert this. I guess we can take a look at the religious map first. This is all already converted to Protestant. So since this is all converted to Protestant already, I don't really need to worry about it. This religious center doesn't mean anything to me because it's not going to be giving religious zeal to anybody. So I could do this if I want. What is the current 1.7 years right now? There's no way that Cumbria has... Oh! Cumbria is a different type of separatist. I forgot about that. Cumbria doesn't have English separatists. Cumbria has a totally different type. So we're going to move these guys into here. Actually, no, it should have English separatists. Protestant zealots, actually. These don't look like English separatists. Okay, so let's take a look. We are now number 3. The Ottomans have surpassed us because of our tech penalty. But that's okay. The tech penalty should go away very shortly. And we'll be able to... I mean, we're keeping it up in terms of our power. We're not quite on par with military technology with where we should be. But for all of our other stuff, we're fine. So do I want to be building some more troops? So I can increase the local autonomy in these provinces if I want, which gives me I could actually get these separatists completely gone if I finish this. So I'm actually going to do this. We're going to drop the autonomy, or increase the autonomy rather, in these 2 provinces, and then we're going to walk over here to keep the control here. We're going to increase our autonomy here as well. And now there's a very small chance of there's a very small chance of this increasing. So, do I want to continue strengthening government? Or do I want to get Matchlock Musket? I think I can afford to wait on Matchlock Musket a little while. So we're going to go ahead and do this. And once this finishes, our unrest here will be 0. And I need something to do. We've got a truce here for the next 6 years. There's no way on earth I'm going to want to wait 6 whole years before going into the next war. So what I'm going to do... Actually, do I have troops back here? I have 5,000 troops here. So, if I were to build, I don't know, 5,000 more troops, then I would have 32,000 troops. Do I need 32,000 troops to handle this army? I'm honestly not sure that I need any more troops. Okay. I'm gonna move these guys down to ECAB. Okay, we're gonna attempt to root out the syncretism, because increased tolerance of the true faith is always good. And we currently have so much missionary power that we don't really need to worry about that. So we can actually start converting London if we want. Which is probably not optimal right now. How much do we have here? Minus 4.8. Holy shit. So we can just split this army in half. Send half over there, and we're fine. I'm going to not worry about doing London quite yet. I want to drop the unrest first, so once we've converted London, that'll be useful. Are we down to 0? Yes. So with the English separatists off the thing, we'll be able to send our next free missionary up to do that. But we currently have Holy War Casus Belli against Norway. We have a pretty solid... Let's take a look here. They are allied with Poland and Dithmarschen. And... let's take a look. Oh, wow. Okay, so we have Thomas Early. Setting Odin as our god again. We've managed to convert some heretics. And let's take a look here. How... our unrest here is pretty damn low. And we're down to 60%. So, considering that this will go in a year, I think that the probability of us getting this unrest to be a problem... Ooh, land leader shock. I like it. Oh, have they called any reforms? Nope. So, the Protestants and the Reformed have been causing enough problems for the Holy Roman Empire that I'm in pretty good shape here. Alright, so we now have the ability to declare war on Scotland and actually have a claim. Let's see. Let's just pop over here. And we are doing fine here. So the hope is that we're able to finish this war with Scotland within 5 years, which should be feasible, I think. And if we take control of Ayrshire here, then the Irish armies would have to actually come through Ayrshire, which is going to cause problems for them. So I think we'll be fine. No, I don't need to continue doing that. I don't think I need that. I do need to start annexing these guys, though. Eventually. I guess I'll stop building a spy network with these guys. Okay, so Scotland has 3 allies. They're all in Ireland. So the other thing is that if I take Ayrshire, I just realized that I'm a complete dope. As soon as I take Ayrshire, I don't have to worry about the Irish armies anymore. The same thing that I've been doing to England, I can do to the Scots, which is I can just cut them off from the two sides just by taking control of this province here. So this actually should be a much easier war than I was thinking because of that. So we're going to go ahead and do this. Not yet. We're going to get all of our troops in one place first, so that we can immediately charge in over there. Interestingly enough, it looks like the land leader shock bonus might only apply to leaders that you create after the fact. So I'm gonna take a look here. Can we get... Okay, we need to give them both some provinces, because they're both... I guess they're at 78%. Can I give them some really, really weak province? Yes. This increases them by 1% influence. So this gives them exactly 80%. Let's take a look. How long... Okay, I'm actually going to leave them alone. And the nobility I can give whatever I want to. And I should actually give them some territory over here if possible. Right, we're going to go ahead and give them this. The reason we're giving this to the nobility is it has almost a 1-to-1 ratio. So that's going to be good. Okay, so that'll increase our manpower. We can go ahead and declare war on Scotland. We do not need to set these guys as co-belligerents because I'm pretty sure we can annex them out in one war anyway. So... actually, but there's no reason not to call some of them as co-belligerents. So Sligo is currently allied with Burgundy, so we don't want to call them in. But Scotland and Desmond, and Scotland and Tyrone. So these two we can call as co-belligerents, just to decrease the amount of thinger we get. And considering that Burgundy can't actually get involved in the war, I'm not going to worry about this. I'm going to just call Sligo in as well. So we're going to try to annex all of these, and we'll see how it goes. So we have 32,000 troops here. We have 12,000 thingamabobbers, so we should hopefully be able to get there first. And we should be able to deal sufficient damage to... Oh my god! That was not what I was expecting, but well done. So we just wiped out their entire army here. Let's see. Lothian is a level 3 fort. We're going to just deposit all of our cannons here. Oh, that's not what I want. So we're going to do this, because this guy does have 1 siege. Okay, we're going to keep this fleet here, and we are going to split it in half. Are we? Yeah. So half of this fleet is going to pop over here, and that should be plenty to deal with things on both sides here. Okay, so we have... Oh shit, that's interesting. All of these are under personal unions and shit. I forgot about that. So we've taken out the Scottish Navy, and we've taken Ayrshire. Since we've taken Ayrshire, that means that the Irish army cannot move across. So we should be set here. So our agent in England was discovered. Not too big a deal. And we need to figure out what we're gonna do. We have 3 keeps here. I think that I'm gonna start fabricating claims, or not fabricating claims, just building a spy network in Castile again. I don't really have a strong need to do much else, so we're gonna go ahead and just do this. Okay, we don't need. Do not need to keep doing that. So we're just gonna completely carpet siege Scotland, and then we can probably just blockade all these ports to get enough war score against Burgundy to piece them out. Unfortunately, we won't be able to get a substantial amount of war exhaustion going their way. They're going our way with them. And Ulster is woods, so we will have a disadvantage when we go in there. But we should be fine. We'll first take out the Scots completely, and then once the Scots are completely removed from the war, we will go into other entities. Alright, so this army is going to just pop up here. I'm going to put these guys in Fife. And they don't have any other forts that I need to worry about for now, so we'll just pop these guys over. And I guess I could lock their army into the Western Isles if I want, but there might not be much reason to, actually. Because we have 2 mobility, which means that we can just cross this without fear. So they're going to make the crossing here, and that's a really dumb idea on their part. So thanks for annihilating your army. We have a massive, massive advantage in this fight. Okay, we're going to leave one guy here. And we just won another fight here. We can go ahead and their repair threshold is already set correctly, so they're just going to go ahead and repair themselves. We have converted London. Okay, so Lancashire still has a little bit of unrest. We're going to... Oh no! 27 months. 27 months is a lot of time to be spending. You know what? We're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to... We don't need to do this. So, basically, if they start to increase in numbers, we'll just have to deal with that as when we come to it. If Lancashire gets up to, I don't know, like 80%, then we can just use the harsh treatment. Okay, we're going to continue building our spy network here. So how much of Scotland can we take in one war? About half of it. I say about half, but it's actually the vast majority of their tax base. This territory up here is less densely populated. So let's see, there it's 78%. Alright. Let's pop these guys over here. We have 27,000 troops. We pay our loan. And unfortunately our power projection has dropped below the appropriate threshold. And we do not have any reason not to just go ahead and wipe these guys out, I guess. No escape, my friends. No escape. Alright. Alright, so we're sitting at negative 7% here. We should be able to get that up pretty fast. So here's the question about the aggressive expansion. Scotland, Tyrone. It looks like the only people who will care that much about 100% war score here are the people in this actual region. Okay, we've converted Esmeraldas. So this will be over pretty soon, I think. There we go, Siege of Ulster's over. We now move into Tyrone, which has a level 3 fort. So we're going to do the same thing here. Oops, that's the one I want. So we're going to take 5,000 troops here, move them over here instead. And we are going to start accruing some major aggressive expansion, I think, over time. Let's take a look here. We've got aggressive expansion of nothing here right now. So I guess maybe not. I mean, we've got the Holy War Casus Belli. We've got everybody set as co-belligerents. So it's possible that people just will not be bothered by any of this stuff. Looks like Desmond does have a fortress. And it looks like Desmond has troops down here that are not joining up with the Taiwanese and the Sligo troops. So English separatists are at 80% now. I'm going to go ahead and use harsh treatment. I think, ooh, that's very expensive. With them only showing up in one province, it's 12,000 troops. There's no... It's fine. It is fine. So once we've done this, we'll have converted one of the Protestant centers for Reformation. And we have a disease outbreak, of course. But as we start taking territory here in Europe, one of the things that's going to change overall in our nation is that all of a sudden we're going to have a massive amount of manpower. Because in this territory over here, there's like no manpower to speak of. So, was that Placentia that just finished? Yes, it was. So we have a new mission. What is that mission? We're going to go ahead and take this colonize Wampanoag mission. And it's actually a pretty decent province. It's got 6 development total. Alright, so we've brought our whole army together. We can pop them into Sligo here. And we might be able to just eradicate this entire army at once. I'm not sure. Pop our prestige up. That'll give us a little bit of bonus morale. And they do have some extra troops coming in here, but even with those troops, they still have the numerical disadvantage. So we lost a pretty decent number of troops there. It's going to be pretty expensive to get our manpower back up. I actually should have seen if I could piece out Tyrone. It's like, that's a no. Oh, the English separatists showed up in Lancashire. I don't actually have to worry about them quite yet. I can worry about them later. This will not tick up the separatism because of the fact that there's forts protecting the area. So, Chickasaw. I do think that this procced substantially earlier than the expected result. So once I take Sligo, I guess this is only a level 1 fort. So once we do this, we are going to move these guys over here, because there's no reason to be half-assing this blockade. Siege of Sligo is over, and all of our ships are here. So we're going to go wipe out the Taiwanese army. And they are attacking because of that fortress there. So, Tyrone no longer has an army. We're going to go ahead and just sue for peace and go for total annexation. 20 aggressive expansion with 114 countries total. And luckily, we can get an idea here of how much aggressive expansion we're going to be accumulating over the course of this war. So, France, -4. Oh, wow. Oh, no. Oh, people. You're just going to let me take everything, aren't you? Okay, so Europe does not give a crap about the British Isles right now. And that's great. So we're going to go ahead and just charge in here. They are, of course, going to attack us first, which is a great, wonderful plan on their part. So we're going to go ahead and take out the majority of their army in one hit, and then send the rest of our troops to wipe out their remainder here. There we go. Okay, so now we can go ahead and carpet siege these guys. We can move the infantry into their own regiment. Pop them here. So Tyrone has 17 unrest. And we should be able to deal with these guys soon. So because these guys are all set as co-belligerents, we should have a pretty easy time when it comes to aggressive expansion. We got 4 for Tyrone, and Tyrone's a 12 province, so I mean this is... I don't think that this is going to trigger a coalition. It might trigger a coalition when we go attack England and take 100% war score off of England. Is this Sligo territory as well? I think it is. It has to be because we can walk into it. So we're going to just annex Ireland here, basically. We can start fabricating some claims here. One claim, rather. I don't know, I'll go with Hampshire. Alright, so unfortunately these guys are sieging this down pretty fast, so I'm going to get my troops together. Actually, no, what we're going to do is we're going to keep these guys here. Have these guys move down to this area. Okay, so this is woods. They'll have a -2 penalty from that. We can now move here. We have won the Siege of Cork. So we can piece Desmond out of the war. By which I mean we can annex them outright. We get a little bit of aggressive expansion. And go ahead and core this. We're going to try to get our artillery into this war, or into this fight, but it's more important, and because this thing is ticked up, I think we're just going to charge in here. They have a 2-1-1 general, so they will have the advantage in the fire phase and the disadvantage in the shock phase. And the disadvantage in the shock phase is substantial because we are not bringing along any cannons, so... So Lancashire actually got retaken already by the fortress. So we can go ahead and piece out Sligo now. Oh no, we can't. We have to wait a little. I'm gonna move these guys over here. Move these guys to Cork. We're down to 0 manpower, unfortunately. So in 17 days, let's start working on this stuff. We're gonna move these guys over here. Holy shit. Landers landed troops in London. It's amusing. Okay, so in 3 days, there we go. We can now piece out Sligo. Full annexation there. So Sligo, England, and Scotland all care, none of whom matter because Sligo no longer exists. And neither will either of the others when we are done with them. Okay, so our overextension is now 65%. So let's see here. We have no unrest from these guys, but we have all sorts of unrest in Ireland. And we're not going to be using our army anymore, so we're just going to move them here, I guess. This is a bad idea. There's no way this province has enough. Yeah, this place can't handle this. We're going to split this army in half, send some of them to Cork. Now, we don't have to worry about separatists from any of these provinces. The only one that we have to worry about is Connaught because we have no fort there. Alright, so let's see. Now, how much territory can we take from Scotland? Scotland currently doesn't have any allies because we annexed all of their allies. So that's useful, I guess. And we're going to just Religious unity is still at 60%. And how much are we on colonialism? Do any of these provinces have it? There's a couple places here that have it, so that's good. And let's see. How close are we? I think when our autonomy goes down in some of these places, once we've cored them, that should be enough. Or once we take Ireland, one of the two. I don't think that taking Ireland is going to be enough. I think we'll need to core some stuff as well. So Burgundy, we're not going to be able to peace out of this war, I don't think. We're just going to have to take whatever we can get from an Ireland that's sitting at 20 war exhaustion. So Burgundy is sitting at a minus 24. So substantial amount of aggressive expansion from taking 80% of Ireland. And we'll see how that translates here. So if we take this, England, there's Oldenburg will potentially join a coalition against us. So that's good to know. Also, this is 70% overextension, which means that we are going to have to wait for some of our cores to finish. But that shouldn't take very long. Because of all of our coring cost reductions, we core things very, very fast. Also, we can't actually do this one, so we might want... If we did this instead... I think I'm going to sit on this for a while and see what happens. Do I have the ticking war score? I do. So I have ticking war score working in my favor. That's going to help me quite a bit. And let's see. We're just going to sit here and wait for a while. So noble rebels have taken Ayrshire. We don't have to worry about that too much because they're noble rebels. So we're coring some of our stuff, and we're about to finish Lancashire here. Done. So we've now converted one of the religious centers. And let's see, we now have 23% of the trade in the North Sea, which is pretty cool. So we've now got the colonized Wampanoag thing done. And let's see, pause this. Reduce overextension? Heck yeah. Diplomatic reputation for completely free. Let's do that. Reducing overextension is something that we're going to be doing automatically, so... So we have our fortress under siege here, but it's negative 64%. Going to take absolutely a million years. So... we just need to peace out before that finishes, which is going to take a long time. We're going to go ahead and start building our spy network here again. Meanwhile, France has... Oh wow, look at that. I thought this was in the 40s. Huh. No, it wasn't in the 40s. I don't know why I thought that. I guess I was thinking it will be about in the 40s when I finish. Who is this guy? Oh, +1 land leader shock. Yeah, why not? Why the hell not? So we got a peace offer from Scotland. We are not going to give them peace terms until we can get what we want without going too over our limit here. So we might actually finish all of this stuff first. So let's go ahead and figure out what we want to do here. What was I doing? I don't have a mission, but yeah, my mission is completely unrelated to this. So... gonna go ahead and colonize the Galapagos. Can do this. It's not cost effective to do it the other way, and the autonomy increases are really not that meaningful. They actually have certain advantages because it means that the presence of this has increased. So let's see here. The total cost is going to be how high? Okay, so we've cored Tyrone, which allows us to start coring Kildare. And we need to get ourselves to less than 30% overextension, I believe. Alright, how long on this truce? December of 1540. So that shouldn't take too long. I think that this war will be very easy. They have an alliance with Austria, which doesn't really do anything meaningful for them. We're currently... just waiting on our overextension so that we can peace out. So, merchant guilds are now considerably less of a problem. If I give them this, I can then demand diplomatic support. Alternatively, I could just give them to grant them New World Charter. Alright, the other thing is that we have the clergy who are... I guess there's still going to be a problem if I give them any more territory, so we're not going to give them any more territory for now. So slowly but surely my unrest is dropping in all these places. Charka. All this overextension is troublesome. Okay, so converted people down there. And we are up to 63% religious unity. I don't know how quickly we're going to be able to get our stuff in order here, but we'll see. And we're down to 40% overextension, and we're about to be down to 11%. So once we get to 11%, that's when we peace out with these guys, and we will take... Apparently we're not going to take quite this much territory. We're going to take less than this. Yikes. Some might have to burn. It's like, okay, crazies. So if we take all of this, there's 57% overextension. It drops them to 57%, which means that in the next war we can just annex them. And costs 139 to core, and it gives an amount of overextension that we can handle right now. So we're going to go ahead and do this. We can't do what we really want to do, which is take all of their good provinces. So we'll just take the majority of them. And there we go. So we can't core Lothian because it's under siege, but they're going to break the siege now, and there we go. So these noble rebels are now going to pop over and fight the peasants. And we've got a massive, massive quantity of fortresses that we have under our control right now. There is no reason for this Ulster fort to exist, so we are going to get rid of it. Also, it costs 1190 to do this. I think we should do it. I can take out a loan if I want. I mean, it just gives me a tiny amount of inflation. Considering that I have so much inflation, it's like, who the hell cares at this point? So we have finally embraced colonialism, with only 11 years left to go before the next tech comes out, and we can get matchlock musket. So Yahoo for that. And let's see, what else are we doing? Shit. Okay, so the clergy just lost some influence, which means that we can give them some provinces. This gives them up to 11%, and we can make a generous donation, and they are loyal again. So we did unfortunately lose some stability there, and we now have a massive amount of unrest, but that'll go away within the next couple of years, and we'll be all good. Alright, so we're gonna move all of our troops into... Is this... No. We can't move all our troops here, but move a decent number of them in. Could split this army in half and send half of them here. Alright, so next year we're going to be declaring war on England again. Oh, I didn't destroy this. Alright, so we can destroy this castle. We don't need it. Doesn't give us really any utility. And the one in Lothian does not either, so we can go ahead and destroy this one. Whew. So, we've gotten colonialism by the power of conquest, and now we just need to look... They're still just allied with Austria, so we're just going to be able to pretty much walk in here. The Austrian navy is pretty much non-existent. They probably have a ship or two. But the next war, we're just going to walk in here, sit on top of their territories, and I guess we'll have to take this territory down here as well, but we can probably leave that to our vassals to deal with. So our religious unity is pretty stable right now at about 60%. We've got how much aggressive expansion? 33. So not too much aggressive expansion actually down here. So we actually will be able to go in, take a bunch of territory from England, and we might not even form a coalition as a result. Like, a coalition might not be willing to form off of any of the shit that I'm about to do. So we have until what time? December. So December of next year, we're going to have to worry about this. I'm going to move these guys in, and we can send people to Yorkshire. Where is our navy? It's chilling here. I'm going to put them in London. Well, we have a lot of unrest in various locations. Denmark has announced us as a rival. And we are currently the #1 great power. So that's always nice. So we've cored Lothian. And can we... no. Let's see here. What are we doing now? Brittany is getting completely demolished by Protestant zealots. So Brittany is going to be converted to Protestantism. That's pretty much given here. And let's see. We've converted a place. We can go ahead and make this area a state. And make these places core. And send somebody to Tunisia, or should we send somebody... So for instance, if I went to Tyrone... Did I already convert Tyrone or something? No, it's probably coring. No, they've got the thinger. So we're going to turn Western Ireland into a state. We're going to core all this. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. We have too many troops here. So, England has how many troops? They have 13,000 troops. So, with 13,000 troops in England, we should be able to just dump these guys here and then have these troops go and wipe out the English armies. Alright, we need to start doing stuff with the rest of our folks. So we're going to continue building a spy network in Castile. And if we do annex Castile, we'll get Castilian Brazil, but I don't think that's how we're going to want to take Castilian Brazil. Castilian Brazil we're going to want to take by just going to war with Castile over and over and over again and stealing as much territory as possible after we get humanism. So once we have humanism, we can really just go crazy, taking as much territory in the colonies as we want. So that's what we're going to be doing there. Unfortunately, that's going to be a while. We can't take humanism as our next group, so we're going to need to wait. We're actually going to have this group move over here. So we're going to go ahead and take national unrest reduction. And we need to give the clergy more territory, apparently. The clergy just keeps wanting more. Okay, this gives them enough, and merchant guilds want some more. Do we have any other centers of trade over here? Yeah, we just took Lothian. So we can go ahead and give this to the merchant guild. And that is good for us. So we can now make... No, we can't. So it's now July. In December, we can declare war. We'll have these guys just charge in here, and once these guys finish here, they'll then go to Yorkshire. This army is just going to start basically steamrolling over the English. So we're going to send these two this way, and then the rest of them are going to pop down and start being left in each province individually. How many troops does England have? 12,000. So 4, 7. So they have presumably a few troops over here in the colonies. I don't know how many. The Castilians are leaving a decent portion of their army just chilling out here. So we've got 7% right now because we don't have a missionary or something. We had plus 10 for a while, but it couldn't last forever. I like bountiful harvests. Alright, so next month we go in on England again. Let's take a look at our aggressive expansion right now. It's currently at 31. It's going... There we go. So truce with Castile has ended. And let's see. We're not going to take any of these yet, because none of them are any good. Right, our truces have expired here. And we have Gaelic separatists who are ready to spawn from Inverness in the Western Isles. I think that we're ready to go for this war, though. This war is going to mostly just consist of me sieging down all of these provinces and then just waiting for a while. So we're going to go ahead and do this. We need to put a leader in charge, even if he's not the most amazing leader. So put them down there. Okay, we're gonna move these guys to here. Okay, so the other thing is that I need my fleet to come out here. Alright, so. Okay, these guys now need to move onward. Okay, so. I'll split this army in half, or this navy rather in half. Let's take a look up here. Yeah. We're 300 troops down. Oh, there goes another 195. Alright, so we're just going to start sending troops to all of the different provinces up here. Okay, these guys are going to go up here. And who is it? London, yay! Right, these guys are going to Derbyshire. I'm gonna just go to here, I guess. I'm gonna put this guy in charge. Just to make sure that we don't lose any fights at all. Every fight matters. So we don't have ticking war score yet, because we haven't won enough battles. Looks like the English are hanging out over there. Let's take a look here. We don't have... We're gonna have these guys go to Kent. These guys go to Essex. So we're already at 35% war score. We haven't even taken a siege yet, so there's that. So we need to send some peeps over here. And yeah, it looks like because Austria isn't really that large on their own, they get a bunch of bonuses from being the Holy Roman Emperor, but those bonuses don't translate into anything that impacts, like, war score. I'm going to continue building a spy network here. We need to have a spy network in order to be fabricating the next set of claims. Okay, so we are in good shape here. So we should be able to take English Brazil for ourselves at some point. And Gaelic separatists up here in this. And we don't have a means of dealing with them quite yet. Yes, we do. I mean, we're not going to be able to prevent them from getting control of that province. I wasn't paying enough attention. But we should be able to take them out. And we have ticking war score in our favor now. So, who else do we need to do something to? I guess we're going to be wanting to fabricate a claim on Brittany. So I'm going to start doing this. The reason that we're doing this is because we want to just take this colonial nation for ourselves. Okay, we just took Yorkshire. And now comes the question of how much can we just take from you? So I want to take as many of my claims as possible, because these claims are going to start to expire soon. No, we don't want Northumberland. We want Oxfordshire. Okay, so we can take all of our claims and then just get a new set of claims and basically claim everything in this region if we want. So that's our goal here. It hasn't happened yet, but we should be able to pretty easily take out... Ooh, that was a Carrick. Okay, they should be getting up to 20... Like, their war exhaustion is going to be rising very, very fast. So once they're up to 20 war exhaustion, I think they'll be willing to do pretty much anything. We're pretty high in war score already, so I don't think that we actually need to do anything else to influence this. Our war score is going to be continuously rising from the ticking war score, and we should be in good shape. So Wampanoag has finished. We can now take... This is really easy to do, but it requires that we spend some of our manpower, so I don't really want to do that. Conquering Lenape is really easy, probably. These guys are allied with the Iroquois, the Mahakon, and Mayan. What? What? How on earth did that happen? How did we lose that fight? Okay, now I'm confused. That's bad. Do they have some sort of amazing general in charge here or something? No? I mean, not for the army they have. Fire is fine, but it's not... Oh, they're going to Sutherland. That's perfect. So with them going to Sutherland, they're not actually going to my provinces. So these separatists should start interfering with the Scots. So we have Protestant zealots that are spawning from Limerick. But that's okay, we're going to finish this and then we won't have to worry about them. We're not going to do any more conversion in the Protestant territory. We can start working on Reformed territory. So there we go. So Limerick has its unrest dropped to 5, which is pretty much fine. Do we have any Reformed? No. There's no Reformed provinces that we can convert, so we're going to just start converting the rest of these things first. So we took control of Inverness, and once those rebels show up over here, look at that, war exhaustion is 6.3 already. So it's interesting that English military strength is giving a -5. How many troops do they have? Let's see. Protestant zealots? Where? How could there be Protestant zealots coming in Limerick? Limerick's been converted. Alright, I'm gonna move these guys over here to get the Protestant zealots off the table. Alright, so Man of War is going to be really nice. Okay, unrest here is 0. Okay, so the Tyrone Separatists are a thing. Pop over here. Okay, so we can take Eastern Ireland, core all of that, and if we want, we could increase the autonomy in some of these places. I think increasing our autonomy in these locations is better than dealing with the rebels. Just gonna move these guys here. That should allow us to remove Kildare and Tyrone from the list, and that is correct. So these two are just going to drop. The Thommundian are in Limerick. We can go ahead and increase the autonomy here. And let's see, this is Protestant still. Oh shit, I have a settler who I haven't sent out. Where's the settler gonna go? I think I'm gonna start filling in the Caribbean. Oh, is this Portugal? Oh, Portugal has finally sent some stuff out here. So that's actually really good for us that Portugal is here, because we can start. Basically, we can declare a holy war on them. And let's see. So they came back to Inverness, which means that we're going to have even more unrest there. so we now have Scottish separatists that we have to deal with. That's fine. Alright, so Iverness is... I mean, let's try this again and see what the hell happens. Keep this guy again. And... do I have a better general? I mean, what must have happened is I must have sent my troops in a staggered way. Or something. Because I can't see any reason why I would have had a problem here. Alright, so we can just leave one guy here, send the rest of them down here to cull the Scottish separatists. And airshare is at 0. Will it remain at 0? Maybe. Yes. Alright, so we just took Iverness back. I'm gonna go ahead and move all my ships down here. Oh. Hi, friends. So they sent some troops back here. Ooh, foreign spy detection increase. Okay, send Joshua. And boom. We get 3 war score off of killing one random unit of cavalry. So that's useful. Let's see, Scottish separatists are still existing, apparently. Oh, right, because I'm a dope and I moved these guys out of the way. So we can send this guy. Alright, so war enthusiasm is medium still. Kind of crazy, really. Oh shit, these guys are starting to take a bunch of my random stuff. Alright, so... do we have mercenaries? We don't have any mercenaries yet. What? I don't have any mercenaries, so that's kind of strange. These guys are gonna merge together. Pop these guys over here to clear that out. And we just lost a military leader. It's one unit of cavalry that's chilling here. So one cavalry should be pretty easy to deal with. And it looks like Austria has actually sent a fleet over, probably with troops. Oh my god! Austrian troops! At our doorstep! Austria has actually joined the war! Alright, so we have done this. Do we have... Why did I send these guys all the way to marches? Do I want something about... my trubs. So our fortress is now under siege. They're at negative 49%. These guys are at low. Okay, so we're just going to go ahead and pop these guys here. And every fight that we win gives me a pretty substantial amount of war score. So, let's see here. I'm going to send these guys to Ayrshire. Siglonian Separatists. Oh. So we got trade efficiency increase as well as artillery combat ability. And we can start accumulating administrative power to use for our next stuff. So, we're going to just put all of these guys on the ships. We are going to deal with the Sligonian Separatists. Where are they? We're going to go ahead and do a harsh treatment here. It's 50 military power to completely not have to worry about these guys anymore. I should have increased my local autonomy there just now. Alright. Alright, so we've started converting at a slightly faster pace than we are taking territory. I say that, but we're actually about to take a bunch of extra territory. This war is almost over. Once we take out this Austrian army, we might be able to end the war. Because it's going to give us a decent little boost in war score. And we have run into the Austrian Navy on the way. The Austrian transport ships that don't... Wow, okay, well that's the end of the Austrian Navy. We're up to 70%, and we just need a little bit more. So the clergy are demanding some more provinces because I just keep increasing the size of my domain. I'm going to go ahead and give them something over here. This is probably a decent clergy province. There we go. Now, that's done, and I need to give something to the nobility. And this is a good one to do. Actually has a better than 1 ratio. Ooh, wow. Alright, so we should be able to wipe these guys out. They'll arrive well before done. Okay. Core creation costs, obviously. And what else am I doing? I might need to demand some administrative support because this piece is not something I can get yet, so never mind. We probably won't have to. I'm surprised, actually, because we are at almost 80% war score, which is pretty damn high. But you know what? Whatever floats your boats, guys. Whatever floats your boat. So we're gonna go ahead and pop over here. We have converted all these, right? Yes. So because we've converted all these provinces, we shouldn't have to deal with too much. Oh, shit. Alright, well, this guy we are definitely not voting again. No reason to keep this guy around. Is Norway seriously fabricating claims on me? Oh, yeah, well. Go ahead and fabricate claims on the biggest great power in the world. Let's see. And I don't have any of this, so I can't start fabricating claims on them yet. And England has taken control of Connaught. Well, my ships are on their way. So we're very close to being able to peace out. And how much am I gonna need to core all this? 206. So I'm gonna want to get at least a plus 100 from is this enough? This is enough. So we can now peace out. We can take all of this, and there is a substantial coalition that will form off of this. So the obvious solution, because of the fact that Denmark is willing to join in this, the obvious solution is actually just to wait 2 years, because if I wait for 2 more years, it allows me to kick a couple of people off of that list. Oh, and it's January, so that actually kicks some people off the list already, probably. So I would only need to wait 1 year. The aggressive expansion penalty ticks at the end of the year, so let's take a look here. So Oldenburg will be at minus 50. Brittany will be at 51. So, and Burgundy is going to be substantially on here. So we're just going to wait. It's fine. We'll wait until next year. That'll get some people off of this list. Also, during this year, if I wanted, I could actually just start improving my relations with Burgundy. Are they... Burgundy isn't even a great power, so I could conceivably... Yeah, I'm just going to improve my relations with Burgundy for now. I don't think I need... I'm not even taking anything that would allow me... What am I? No, Kent. Kent allows me to take... get a claim on these guys, so that's fine. Oh shit, my diplomatic power is about to cap out. But it's January. Okay, so what is my... Alright, so the Desmond Separatists are from here. Who else do we have? Desmond, Scottish. Ulster. Shit. So, we're currently at 0 positive stability. Okay, this is just gonna be for like a month or so. Oh, I guess I should probably take this province back. Shit. I just repaid a loan, and now I'm having to take out another one. So sad. Okay, so... I'm gonna stop my relations improvement here. I'm also gonna stop building a spy network here. I don't think that this is gonna last long enough. So... Oh, my power projection is dropped. We need to resolve that. So we're going to need to peace out with these guys soon. But if we peace out with them next year... We have minus 36, so if we give... Actually, if I keep improving my relations with these guys and then just send them a gift next month, or do a influence nation action, then I can get them to the point where they are... they're not going to join a coalition. So let's do this. Costs us a decent amount. Only lasts for 12 months. No, wait, how long does this last? For 10 years. Done. Absolutely done. So, what this does is now Burgundy is not going to be willing to join in on this coalition. Burgundy likes me too much to join a coalition against me. So, on the 1st, basically, they'll only join a coalition. The outraged attitude will only apply if they God damn it. Gotten so many stability drops so quickly. Oh god. So luckily I don't have to spend that much in order to improve it. I'm gonna go ahead and do it. Unfortunately, it does mean that I can't core everything right now. so we need to peace out before they take Yorkshire because we currently don't have any other fortresses because they don't own any other fortresses. Okay, so I can do this. Oh shit, no, I need to wait another month. Oh, this better not tick. Okay, good. Whew. So we're waiting until... Actually, I guess we don't need to because they'll be under... When they do their next tick, their next decision making, they'll be fine. So we can do this. So Brittany and Oldenburg should not be willing to join this. They will have a bunch of other nations that are willing to join this, but they're really not very important. And if Denmark forms a coalition against me, then that's actually kind of helpful to me because it just gives me an excuse to go to war with them. And then I can just take a bunch of their provinces and stuff, so... Alright, so let's do this. The hope, though, is that, like, Brittany, for instance, isn't joined. I'm just gonna wait until the first. We can wait till the first. This is gonna tick. Maybe. Okay, send this in. Oh. And we have consolidated our territory. So all of our territory down here is now actually attached to each other, and I can upgrade my government rank. So we're now able to become an empire, and we have formed a cultural union of the British culture. So all British cultures are now accepted in our realm, which means that the Scottish culture and the English culture is now all just part of me, which is nice. So let's see here. We can pop over here. And one other nice thing is that even if we have separatist problems over here, they're not as big a deal as you'd think because these two provinces are the only ones that can get separatism unless they take a fortress. So let's see. Global tariffs and religious unity. Ooh, religious unity. Religious unity plus 20% is actually really good for me right now. And I'm currently really ahead in diplomatic power. I'm going to go ahead and do this just to get the religious unity, which reduces my chance of having rebels. Okay, so overextension is dangerously high. We've got a lot of separatist rebels to cut off our table here. This is grasslands and this is farmlands. So the Scottish rebels are some trouble because I'm not going to be able to be in particularly defensive terrain against them. So these Desmond rebels are not a massive concern, but they are a concern. Austria has announced me as a rival. I'm sure that England is going to fall off the list of available rivals. I'm going to go ahead and... Like, there's no way that these people are going to be a viable rival at this point. So, what is this? Northumberland. We must already have one there. So, Derbyshire. Right, I'm going to check which provinces they have that are actually good. So, 11, 11, 5, 8, 14, 11... So Gloucestershire, whatever it is. Where they have North. I have these two provinces already as claims, I think. Yes. So we don't want Derbyshire. We want Gloucestershire. So I'm going to do this one and the two Irish ones. So actually, I'm not going to be able to. It's going to be too much. So I'm going to do Leinster, I guess. There we go. So all doing fine. So now all we have to do is survive the rebels and the massive quantity of whatchamacallit, of people that are annoyed with me about this. So I don't know who's going to start trouble, but we'll find out. So they don't consider me a rival anymore. I can go ahead and stop the relations improvement with Burgundy. They are at only minus 53. So if I take off improved relations, it's not gonna... Well, let's see. England is no longer a valid rival, so we are now at 93 power projection, which is pretty sexy. So I think I'm going to end things here for today. It's about 1 o'clock. We've finished up the major conquests here. Next time we will have to deal with the coalition that may or may not form. I'm not actually sure if the people that would be forming a coalition against me are actually willing to or not. I guess currently Denmark is in the middle of a war, so I guess it depends on how long this war Poland has lasts. Poland is currently at +3. So this war is probably going to last a significant amount of time, and if it lasts for a few years, then my aggressive expansion will just fade with the other nations. I don't know about these guys. It's going to be quite a while before this is gone. But most nations don't have aggressive expansion modifiers that high right now. So we have 48 with Brittany. So we could... Oh, right. I need to fabricate my claim here. Let's do that before I forget. So we're going to do it on armor. And let's see. They do not have a thing yet. Alright, so that's going to be it for today. Thank you everyone for watching. It has been a pleasure to stream for you today, and next time we will probably finish the annexation of the British Isles and possibly face off with a giant coalition. Later, folks.